Belinda presents this recording of The Enchanted Wood, written by Enid Blyton and read by Kate Winslet.
The Enchanted Wood by Enid Blyton. Read by Kate Winslet. There were once 3 children, the eldest, Joe, his sisters Beth and little Frannie. All their lives they had lived in a town, but now their father had a job in the country, so they were all to move as soon as they possibly could. "What fun to be in the country," said Joe. "I shall learn all about animals and birds." "And I shall learn all about flowers and trees," said Beth. "And I shall have a garden of my own," said Frannie. When the day came for the move, all the children were excited. A small van came to their door, and 2 men helped their father and mother to pile everything into it. When it was full, the van drove away, and the children put on their coats and hats to go with their mother to catch a train to the station. "Now we're off," cried Joe. "The country, the country," sang Beth. "We might see fairies there," said Frannie. The train whistled and chuffed out of the station. The children pressed their noses to the window and watched the dirty houses and chimneys race by. How they hated the town! How lovely it would be to be in the clean country, with flowers growing everywhere and birds singing in the hedges. "We might have adventures in the country," said Joe. "There will be streams and hillsides, big fields and dark woods. Ooh, it will be lovely." "You won't have any more adventures in the country than you would have in the town," said their father. "I dare say you will find it very dull." But that is where he was quite wrong. My goodness, the things that happened to those 3 children. They arrived at last at the tiny station where they were to get out. A sleepy-looking porter put their 2 bags on a trolley, and he said he would bring them along later. Off they all went down the winding country lane, chattering loudly. "I wonder if we've got a garden," said Frannie. But before they reached their new home, they were tired out and could not bother to say a word more to each other. Their cottage was 5 miles from the station, and as the children's father could not afford to do anything but walk there, it seemed a very long way indeed. There was no bus to take them, so the tired children dragged their feet along, wishing for a glass of warm milk and a cosy bed. At last they got there, and dear me, it was worth all the walk, for the cottage was sweet. Roses hung from the walls, red and white and pink, and honeysuckle was all around the front door. It was lovely. The van was at the door, and the 2 men were moving all the furniture into the little house. Father helped, whilst Mother went to light the kitchen stove to make them all a hot drink. They were so tired that they could do nothing but drink hot milk, eat some toast, and tumble into their roughly made beds. Joe looked out of the window, but he was too sleepy to see properly. In 1 minute the 2 girls in their small room were asleep, and Joe too, in his even tinier room. What fun it was to wake up in the morning and see the sun shining in at strange windows. It didn't take Joe, Beth and Frannie very long to dress. Then they were out in the little garden, running through the grass that had grown so long and smelling the roses that grew all around. Mother had cooked eggs for them, and they ate their breakfast hungrily. "It's lovely to be in the country," said Joe, looking out of the window to the faraway hills. "We can grow vegetables in the garden," said Beth. There will be glorious walks all around," said Frannie. That day everyone helped to get the little house straight and tidy. Father was going to work the next day. Mother hoped there would be someone to give her washing to do. Then she would make enough money to buy a few hens. That would be lovely. "I shall collect the eggs each morning and evening," said Frannie happily. "Let's go out and see what the country round about is like," said Joe. "Can you spare us for an hour, Mother?" "Yes, yes, run along," said Mother. So off the 3 children went, out of the tiny white front gate and into the lane. They explored all round about. They ran across a field where pink clover was full of bees. They paddled in a small brown stream that chattered away to itself under the willow trees in the sunshine. And then they suddenly came to a wood. It was not far from their cottage at the back. It looked quite an ordinary wood, except that the trees were a darker green than usual. A narrow ditch separated the wood from the overgrown lane. "A wood," said Beth in delight. "We shall be able to have picnics here." "It's rather a mysterious sort of wood," said Joe thoughtfully. "Don't you think so, Beth?" "Well, the trees are rather thick, but they seem about the same as any others," said Beth. "They don't quite," said Frannie. "The noise the leaves make is different. Listen." They listened, and Frannie was right. The leaves of the trees in the wood did not rustle in quite the same way as other trees nearby did. "It's almost as if they were really talking to one another," said Beth. "Whispering secrets, real secrets that we just can't understand." "It's a magic wood," said Frannie suddenly. Nobody said anything. They stood and listened. "Wish-a, wish-a, 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 wish-a," said the trees in the wood, and bent towards one another in a friendly way. "There might be fairy folk in there," said Beth. "Shall we jump over the ditch and go in?" "No," said Joe. "We might get lost. Let's find our way around before we go into big woods like this." "Joe! Beth! Frannie!" Suddenly came their mother's voice from the cottage not far off. "It's time for lunch! Time for lunch!" The children felt hungry all at once. They forgot the strange wood and ran back to their new home. Mother had new bread with strawberry jam for them, and they ate a whole loaf between them. Father came in as they were finishing. He had been shopping for Mother in the village 3 miles away, and he was hungry and tired. "We've been exploring everywhere, Father," said Beth, pouring him out a big cup of tea. "We found a lovely wood," said Joe. "The trees really seem to be talking to one another, Father." "Ah, that must be the wood I've heard about this afternoon," said Father. "It has a strange name, children." "What is it called?" asked Joe. "It's called the Enchanted Wood," said their father. "People don't go there if they can help it. It's funny to hear things like this nowadays, and I don't expect there is really anything strange about the wood. But just be careful not to go too far into it, in case you get lost." The children looked in excitement at one another. The Enchanted Wood! What a lovely name! And each child secretly thought the same thought. "I shall go and explore the Enchanted Wood as soon as ever I can." Their father set them to work in the overgrown garden once they had finished their lunch. Joe had to pull up the tough thistles, and the 2 girls had to weed the untidy vegetable bed. They spoke to one another in joyful voices. "The Enchanted Wood! We knew there was something magical about it." "And I guessed there were fairies there," said Frannie. "We'll do some more exploring as soon as we can," said Beth. "We'll find out what those whispering trees are saying. We'll know all the secrets of the wood before many weeks are past." And that night, at bedtime, all three stood at the window, looking out on the dark, whispering wood behind the cottage. What would they find in the Enchanted Wood? The children had no chance to visit the Enchanted Wood until the next week, because they had to help their mother and father all they could. There was the garden to tidy, clothes and kitchen things to be unpacked and put away, and a great deal of cleaning to be done. Sometimes Joe was free and could have gone by himself. Sometimes the girls were sent out for a walk, but Joe was busy. None of them wanted to go without the others, so they had to wait. And then at last, their chance came. "You can have your lunch outdoors today," said Mother. "You've worked well, all of you, and you deserve a picnic. I'll cut you some sandwiches and you can take along some nice fresh milk." "We'll go to the wood," whispered Beth to the others. And with excited faces and beating hearts, they helped their mother to pack their picnic into the big basket. They set off. There was a small gate at the bottom of their back garden that led into the overgrown lane running by the wood. They unlatched the gate and stood in the lane. They could see the trees in the wood and hear them talking their strange tree talk. Wish-a, 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 wish-a. "I feel as if there are adventures about," said Joe. "Come on, over the ditch we go, and into the Enchanted Wood." One by one, the children jumped over the narrow ditch. They stood beneath the trees and peered about. Small freckles of sunshine lay here and there on the ground, but not very many, for the trees were so thick. It was dim and green there, and a small bird nearby sang an odd little song over and over again. "It really is magic," said Frannie suddenly. "I can feel magic about somewhere, can't you, Beth? Can't you, Joe?" "Yes," said the others, and their eyes shone with excitement. "Come on." They went down a little green path that looked as if it had been made for rabbits. It was so small and narrow. "Don't let's go too far," said Joe. "We had better wait till we know the path a bit better before we go deep into the wood. Look about for a place to sit down and have our sandwiches, girls." "Oh, I can see some wild strawberries," cried Beth. And she knelt down and pressed back some pretty leaves, showing the others deep red strawberries below. "Let's pick some and have them with our picnic too," said Frannie. So they picked hard, and soon they had enough to make a fine meal. "Let's sit down under that old oak tree over there," said Joe. "It's all soft moss beneath. It will be like sitting on a green velvet cushion." So they sat down and unpacked their sandwiches. Soon they were munching away happily, listening to the dark green leaves overhead saying "wish-a, wish-a" all the time. And it was whilst they were in the middle of their picnic that they saw a very peculiar thing. Frannie noticed it first. Not far off was a clear piece of soft grass. As Frannie looked at it, she noticed bumps appearing on it. She stared in surprise. The bumps grew. The earth rose up and broke in about 6 places. "Look," said Frannie in a low voice, pointing to the piece of grass. "What's happening over there?" All three of them watched in silence, and then they saw what it was. 6 big toadstools were growing quickly up from the ground, pushing their way through and rising up steadily. "I've never seen that happen before," said Joe in astonishment. "Shh," said Beth. "Don't make a noise. I can hear footsteps." The others listened. Sure enough, they heard the sound of pattering feet and little high voices. "Let's get behind a bush, quickly," said Beth suddenly. "Whoever it is that is coming will be frightened if they see us. There's magic happening here, and we want to see it." They scrambled up and crept quietly behind a thick bush, taking their basket with them. They hid just in time, for even as Beth settled down and parted the leaves of the big bush to peep through, there came a troop of small men with long beards almost reaching the ground. "Elves!" whispered Joe. The elves went to the toadstools and sat down on them. They were holding some kind of meeting. One of them had a big bag with him, which he put down behind his toadstool. The children could not hear what was being said, but they heard the sound of the chattering voices and caught one or two words. Suddenly Joe nudged Beth and Frannie. He had seen something else. The girls saw it too. An ugly, gnome-like fellow was creeping up silently behind the meeting on the toadstools. None of the elves saw him or even heard him. "He's after that bag," whispered Joe. And so he was. He reached out a long arm, his bony fingers closed on the bag. He began to draw it away under a bush. Joe jumped up suddenly. He was not going to watch people being robbed without saying something. He shouted loudly, "Stop, thief! Hey, look at that gnome behind you!" In a fright, all the elves leapt up. The gnome jumped to his feet and sped off with the bag. The elves stared after him in dismay, not one of them following him. The robber ran towards the children's bush. He didn't know they were there. As quick as lightning, Joe put out his foot and tripped up the running gnome. Down he went, crash! The bag flew from his hand, and Beth picked it up and threw it to the astonished elves, who were still standing by the toadstools. Joe tried to grab the gnome, but he was up and off like a bird. The children tore after him. In between the trees they went dodging here and there, and at last they saw the gnome leap up into the low branches of a great big tree and pull himself up into the leaves. The children sank down at the bottom, out of breath. "Oh, we've got him now," said Joe. "He can't get down without being caught." "Oh, look, here are the elves coming," said Beth, wiping her hot forehead. The little bearded men ran up and bowed. "You are very, very good to us," said the biggest one. "Thank you for saving our bag. We have valuable papers in there." "We've got the gnome for you too," said Joe, as he pointed up the tree. "He went up there. If you surround the tree and wait, you will be able to catch him as he comes down." But the elves would not come too near the tree. They looked half frightened of it. "He will not come down until he wants to," said the biggest elf. "That is the oldest and most magic tree in the world. It is the Faraway Tree." "The Faraway Tree," said Beth in wonder. "What an odd name. Why do you call it that?" "It's a very strange tree," said another elf. "Its top branches reach the faraway places in a way we don't understand. Sometimes its top branches may be in Witchland, sometimes in lovely countries, sometimes in peculiar places that no one has ever heard of. We never climb it because We never know what might be at the top." "How very strange," said the children. "The gnome has got into whatever place there is at the top of the tree today," said the biggest elf. "He may live there for months and never come down again. But it's no good waiting for him, and it's certainly no good going after him. His name is Creepy, because he is forever creeping about quietly." The children looked up into the broad, leafy boughs of the tree. They felt tremendously excited. The faraway tree in the Enchanted Wood. Oh, what magic there seemed to be in the very names! "If only we could climb up it," said Joe longingly. "Oh, you must never do that," said the elves at once. "It's dangerous. We must go now, but we do thank you very much for your help. If ever you want us to help you, just come into the Enchanted Wood and whistle 7 times under the oak tree not far from our toadstools." "Thank you," said the children, and stared after the 6 small elves as they ran off between the trees. Joe thought it was time to go home, so they followed the little men down the narrow green path until they came to the part of the wood they knew. They picked up their basket and went home, all of them thinking the same thought. "We must go up the faraway tree and see what is at the top." The children did not tell their father and mother about the happenings in the Enchanted Wood, for they were so afraid that they might be forbidden to go there. But when they were alone, they talked about nothing else. "Oh, when do you suppose we could go up the faraway tree?" Frannie kept saying. "Oh, do let's go, Joe." Joe wanted to go very badly, but he was a little afraid of what might happen, and he knew that he ought to look after his 2 sisters and see that no harm came to them. Just suppose they all went up the faraway tree and never came back. Then he had an idea. "Listen," he said. "I know what we'll do. We'll climb up the tree and just see what is at the top. We don't need to go there. We can just look. We'll wait until we have a whole day to ourselves, and then we'll go." The girls were so excited. They worked hard in the house, hoping that their mother would say they could all have a whole day to themselves. Joe worked hard in the garden too, clearing away all the weeds. Their parents were very pleased. "Would you like to go to the nearest town and have a day there?" asked their mother at last. "Oh, no, thank you," said Joe at once. "We've had enough of towns, Mother. But what we'd really like to do is go and have a whole-day picnic in the wood." Very well," said their mother. "You can go tomorrow. Father is going off for the day to buy some things we need, and I have things to do here in the cottage, so as I'll be close by, you can take your lunch and dinner and go off by yourselves, if it is fine and sunny." How the children hoped the day would be fine. They woke early and jumped out of bed. They pulled their curtains open and looked out. The sky was as blue as cornflowers. The sun shone between the trees, and the shadows lay long and dewy on the grass. The Enchanted Wood stood dark and mysterious behind their garden. They all had breakfast. Then Mother cut sandwiches and put them along with 3 cakes each in a bag. She sent Joe to pick some plums from the garden and told Beth to take 2 bottles of lemonade. The children were most excited. Father set off to town, and the children waved goodbye to him from the gate. Then they tore off indoors to get the bag in which their food had been put. They said goodbye to their mother and slammed the cottage door. Adventures were in the air that morning. Up the faraway tree, Joe, Beth and me, sang Frannie loudly. Hush, said Joe. We are not far from the Enchanted Wood. We don't want anyone to know what we're going to do. They ran back down the garden and out of the little gate at the end. They stood still in the overgrown, narrow lane and looked at one another. It was the first big adventure of their lives. What were they going to see? What were they going to do? They jumped over the ditch and into the wood. At once they felt different. Magic was all around them. The birds' songs sounded different. The trees once again whispered secretly to one another. Wisha, 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 wisha. Ooh, said Frannie, shivering with delight. Come on, said Joe, going down the green path. Let's find the faraway tree. The other two followed him. He went on until he came to the oak tree under which they had sat before. There were the 6 toadstools too, on which the elves had had their meeting, though the toadstools looked rather brown and old now. Oh, which is the way now? Said Beth, stopping. None of them knew. They set off down a little path, but they soon stopped, for they came to a strange place where the trees stood so close together that they could go no farther. So they went back to the oak tree. Let's go this other way, said Beth. So they set off in a different direction. But this time they came to a curious pond, whose waters were pale yellow and shone like butter. Beth didn't like the look of the pond at all, and the 3 of them went back once more to the oak tree. Oh, this is too bad, said Frannie, almost crying. Just when we've got a whole day to ourselves, we can't find the tree. I'll tell you what we'll do, said Joe suddenly. We'll call those elves. Don't you remember how they said they would help us if ever we wanted them? Oh, of course, said Frannie. We had to stand under this oak tree and whistle 7 times. Go on, Joe, whistle, said Beth. So Joe stood beneath the thick green leaves of the old oak tree and whistled loudly 7 times. The children waited. In about half a minute, a rabbit popped its head out of a nearby rabbit hole and stared at them. What do you want? Said the rabbit in a furry sort of voice. The children stared in surprise. They had never heard an animal speak before. The rabbit put his ears up and down as he spoke again, rather crossly. Are you deaf? What do you want? I said. We want one of the elves, said Joe, finding his tongue at last. The rabbit turned and called down his hole. Mr. Whiskers! Mr. Whiskers! There's someone wanting you! There came a voice, shouting something in answer. And then one of the 6 elves squeezed out of the rabbit hole and stared at the children. Sorry to be so long, he said. One of the rabbit's children has the measles, and I was down seeing to it. Oh, I didn't think that rabbits got the measles, said Beth, quite astonished. They more often get the weasels, said Mr. Whiskers. Weasels are even more catching than measles, as far as rabbits are concerned. He grinned, as if he had made a huge joke, but as the children had no idea that weasels were savage little animals that caught rabbits, they didn't laugh. We wanted to ask you the way to the faraway tree, said Beth. We've forgotten it. I'll take you, said Mr. Whiskers, whose name was really a very good one, for his beard reached his toes. Sometimes he trod on it, and this jerked his head downward suddenly. Beth kept wanting to laugh, but she thought she'd better not. She wondered why he didn't tie it round his waist out of the way of his feet. Mr. Whiskers led the way between the dark trees. At last he reached the trunk of the enormous faraway tree. "Here you are," he said. "Are you, expecting someone down it today?" "Well, no," said Joe. "We rather wanted to go up it by ourselves."
"Go up it by yourselves?" said Mr. Whiskers in horror. Don't be silly. It's dangerous. You don't know what might be at the top. There's a different place almost every day."
"Well, we're going," said Joe firmly, and he set his foot against the trunk of the tremendous tree and took hold of a branch above his head. "Come on, girls."
"I shall fetch my brothers and get you down," said Mr. Whiskers in a fright, and he scuttled off, crying, "It's so dangerous! Oh, it's so dangerous!"
"Do you suppose it is all right to go?" asked Beth, who was usually the sensible one. "Come on, Beth," said Joe impatiently. "We're only going to see what's at the top. Don't be a baby."
"I'm not," said Beth.
And she and Frannie hauled themselves up beside Joe. "It doesn't look very difficult to climb. We'll soon be at the top." But it wasn't as easy as they thought, as you will see. Before very long, the children were hidden in the branches as they climbed upwards. When Mr. Whiskers came back with 5 other elves, not a child could be seen.
"Hey, come down!" yelled the elves, dancing round the tree. "You'll be captured or lost! This tree is dangerous!"
Joe laughed and peered down. The faraway tree seemed to be growing acorns, just where he was, so he picked one and threw it down. It hit Mr. Whiskers on the hat, and he rushed away, shouting,
"Oh, something's hit me! Something's hit me!"
Then there was silence. "They've gone," said Joe, laughing again. "I don't expect they like it very much when it rains acorns. Funny little things. Come on, girls." "This must be an oak tree if it grows acorns," said Beth, as she climbed. But just as she said that, she stared in surprise at something nearby. It was a prickly chestnut case, with hard nuts growing inside. "Good gracious," she said. "It's growing horse chestnuts just here. Oh, what a very peculiar tree." "Well, let's hope it will grow apples and pears higher up," said Frannie with a giggle. "It's a most extraordinary tree." Soon they were quite high up. When Joe parted the leaves and tried to see out of the tree, he was amazed to find that he was far higher than the tallest tree in the wood. He and the girls looked down on the top of all the other trees, which looked like a broad green carpet below. Joe was higher up than the girls. Suddenly he gave a shout. "I say, girls, come up here by me, quickly! I found something very odd." Beth and Frannie climbed quickly. "Why, it's a window in the tree," said Beth in astonishment. They all peered inside, and suddenly the window was flung open and an angry little face looked out with a nightcap on.
"Rude creatures!"
shouted the angry little man, who looked like a pixie.
"Everybody that climbs a tree peeps in at me. It doesn't matter what I'm doing, there's always someone peeping."
The children were too astonished to do anything but stare. The pixie disappeared and came back with a jug of water. He flung it at Beth and soaked her. She gave a scream.
"Perhaps you won't peep into other people's houses next time," said the pixie with a grin, and he slammed his window shut again and drew the curtain. "Oh, well," said Beth, trying to wipe herself dry with her handkerchief. "What a rude little man!" "We'd better not look in at any windows as we pass," said Joe. "But I was so surprised to see a window in the tree." Beth soon got dry. They climbed up again, and soon had another surprise. They came to a broad branch that led to a yellow door, set neatly in the big trunk of the faraway tree. It had a little knocker and a brightly polished bell. The children stared at the door. I wonder who lives there," said Frannie. "Shall we knock and see?" said Joe. "Well, I don't want water all over me again," said Beth. "We'll ring the bell and then hide behind this branch," said Joe. "If anyone thinks he is going to throw water at us, well, he won't find us." So Joe rang the bell, and then they all hid carefully behind a big branch. A voice came from inside the door. "I'm washing my hair. If that's the butcher, please leave a pound of sausages." The children stared at one another and laughed. It was odd to hear of butchers coming up the faraway tree. The voice shouted again, "If it's the oil man, I don't want anything. Oh, and if it's the red dragon, he must call again next week." "Good gracious," said Beth, looking a little frightened. "The red dragon? Oh, I don't like the sound of that." At that moment, the yellow door opened, and a small fairy looked out. Her hair was fluffed out around her shoulders, drying, and she was rubbing it with a towel. She stared at the peeping children. "Did you ring my bell?" she asked. "What do you want?" We just wanted to see who lived in the funny little tree house," said Joe, peering in at the dark room inside the tree. The fairy smiled. She had a very sweet face. "Well, come in for a moment," she said. "My name is Silky, because of my silky hair. Where are you off to?" "We are climbing the faraway tree to see what is at the top," said Joe. "Oh, be careful you don't find something horrid," said Silky, giving them each a chair in her dark little tree room. "Sometimes there are delightful places at the top of the tree, but sometimes there are strange lands too. Last week there was the land of Hippity Hop, which was dreadful. As soon as you got there, you had to hop on one leg, and everything went hippity hop, even the trees. Nothing ever kept still. It was most tiring." "Oh, it does sound exciting," said Beth. "Where's our food, Joe? Let's ask Silky to have some." Silky was pleased. She sat there brushing her beautiful golden hair and ate sandwiches with them. Then she brought out a tin of pop cakes. They were lovely. As soon as you bit into them, they went pop, and you suddenly found your mouth filled with new honey from the middle of the little cakes. Frannie took 7, one after the other, for she was rather greedy. Beth stopped her. "You'll go pop if you eat any more," she said. Do a lot of people live in this tree?" asked Joe. "Oh, yes, lots," said Silky. "They move in and out, you know. But I'm always here, and so is the angry pixie down below." "Yes, we've seen him," said Beth. "Who else is there?" There's Mr. What's-his-name. He lives above me," said Silky. "Nobody knows his name, and he doesn't know it himself, so he's called Mr. What's-his-name. Don't you go waking him if he's asleep. He might chase you." "Then there's Dame Wash-a-Lot. She's always washing, and she pours her water away down the tree. You've got to look out for waterfalls." "Oh,
this is such an interesting and exciting tree," said Beth, finishing her cake. "Joe, I think we ought to go now, or we'll never get to the top. Goodbye, Silky. We'll come and see you again one day." "Oh, do," said Silky. "I'd like to be friends." They all left the dear little round room in the tree and began to climb once more. Not long after, they heard a peculiar noise. It sounded like an airplane throbbing and roaring. "But there can't be an airplane in this tree," said Joe. He peered all around, and then he saw what was making the noise. A funny old gnome sat in a deck chair on a broad branch, his mouth wide open, his eyes fast shut, snoring hard. "It's Mr. What's-his-name," said Beth. "What a noise he makes! Mind we don't wake him. Shh!" "Shall I put a cherry in his mouth and see what happens?" asked Joe, who was always ready for a bit of mischief. The faraway tree was now growing cherries all around for a change, and there were plenty to pick. "No, Joe, no," said Beth. "You know what Silky said? He might chase us. I don't want to fall out of the faraway tree and bump down from bough to bough, if you do." So they all crept past old Mr. What's-his-name and went on climbing up and up. For a long time, nothing happened, except that the wind blew in the tree. The children did not pass any more houses or any more windows in the tree. And then they heard another noise, rather a peculiar one. They listened. It sounded like a waterfall. And suddenly, Joe guessed what it was. "It's Dame Washalot throwing out her dirty water," he yelled. "Look out, Beth! Look out, Frannie!" Down the trunk of the tree poured a lot of blue, soapy water. Joe dodged it, Frannie slipped under a broad branch, but poor old Beth got splashed from head to foot. Oh, how she shouted! Joe and Frannie had to lend her their handkerchiefs. "Oh, I'm so unlucky," said Beth. "That's twice I've been soaked today." Up they went again, passing more little doors and windows, but seeing no one else, and at last they saw above them a vast white cloud. "Look," said Joe in amazement. "This cloud has a hole in it, and the branches go up. I believe we're at the very top of the tree. Shall we creep through the cloud hole and see what land is above?" "Oh, let's!" cried Beth and Frannie. So up they went. One big broad branch slanted upwards at the top of the faraway tree. Joe climbed onto it and looked down, but he could see nothing, for a white mist swirled around and about. Above him the enormous thick white cloud stretched, with a purple hole in it through which the topmost branch of the faraway tree disappeared. The children felt tremendously excited. At last they were at the very top. Joe carefully pulled himself up on the last branch. He disappeared into the purple hole. Beth and Frannie followed him. The branch came to an end, and a little ladder ran through the cloud. Up the children went, and before they knew what had happened, they were out in the sunshine, in a new and very strange land. They stood on green grass. Above them was a blue sky. A tune was playing somewhere, going on and on and on. "It's the sort of tune a carousel or a roundabout plays, Joe," said Beth, "isn't it?" It was. And then suddenly, without any warning at all, the whole land began to swing round. The children almost fell over with the swing round beginning so suddenly. "Oh, what's happening?" said Beth, frightened. The children felt terribly dizzy, for trees, distant houses, hills, and bushes began to move around. They too felt themselves moving, for the grass was going round as well. They looked for the hole in the cloud, but it had disappeared. "The whole land is going round and round like a roundabout," cried Joe, shutting his eyes with dizziness. "We've passed over the hole in the clouds. We don't know where the topmost branch of the faraway tree is now. It's somewhere beneath this land, but goodness knows where." "Joe, how can we get back home again?" cried Frannie in a fright. "We'll have to ask someone for help," said Joe. The three began to walk away from the patch of green field in which they were standing. Beth noticed that they had been standing on a ring of grass that seemed darker than the grass around. She wondered why it was. But she had no time to say anything, for really it was dreadfully difficult to walk properly in a land that was going round and round like a proper carousel all the time. The music went on too. Hurdy-gurdy, hurdy-gurdy. Joe wondered where it came from, and where the machinery was that worked the strange roundabout land. Soon they met a tall man singing loudly from a book. Joe stopped him, but he went on singing. It was so annoying. "Hey diddle ho diddle, round and round and round," shouted the man, whilst Joe tried to make himself heard. "How can we get away from this land?" Joe shouted. "Don't interrupt me. Hey diddle ho diddle," sang the man, and he beat time with his finger. Joe caught hold of the bony finger and shouted again, "Which is the way out of this land, and what land is it?" "Now you've made me lose my time," said the tall man crossly. "I shall have to begin my song again." "What land is this, please?" asked Frannie. "It's roundabout land," said the tall man. "I should have thought anyone would have guessed that. You can't get away from it. It goes round and round always, and only stops once in a blue moon." "Oh, there must have been a blue moon when we climbed into it," groaned Joe. "It had certainly stopped then." The man went off singing loudly, "Hey diddle ho diddle, round and round and round." "Silly old round and round," said Frannie. "Really, we do seem to meet the most peculiar people." "What I'm worried about is getting home," said Beth. "Mother will be anxious if we are not back before long. What shall we do, Joe?" "Let's sit down under this tree and have a bit more to eat," said Joe. So they sat down and munched solemnly, hearing roundabout music going on all the time and watching the distant hills and trees swinging round and round against the sky. It was all very strange. Presently, a pair of rabbits lolloped up and looked at the children. Frannie loved animals, and she threw a bit of cake to them. To her surprise, one of the rabbits picked up the cake in its paw and nibbled it like a monkey. "Thanks," said the rabbit. "It's a change from grass." "Where do you come from? We haven't seen you before, and we thought we knew everybody here. Nobody new ever comes to Roundabout Land." "And nobody ever gets away," said the other rabbit, smiling at Frannie and holding out its paw for a bit of cake too. "Really?" said Beth in alarm. "Well, we are new to it, for we only came about an hour ago. We came up the faraway tree." "What?" cried both rabbits at once, flopping up their long ears in amazement. "Up the faraway tree, did you say? Goodness! You don't mean to say that's touching this land?" "Yes, it is," said Beth. "But I expect as this land is swinging round and round that the topmost branch might be almost anywhere underneath it, and there's no way of finding out." "Oh, yes, there is," said the first rabbit excitedly. "If we burrow down a little way and make a hole, we can see whereabouts the faraway tree is underneath, and we can wait for it to come round again when the land swings above it." "Well, we came up from the tree just where the grass was darker than the rest," said Beth. "I noticed that. Do you suppose that, as the roundabout land swings round, it will come back to the same place again, and we could slip down the topmost branch?"
"Of course," said the rabbits. "We can easily burrow down that green patch of grass and wait for the land to turn around just over the tree again. Come on, quickly, there's no time to lose." All of them jumped up and sped off. Beth knew the way, and so did the rabbits. Soon they were back in the field where the ring of dark grass stood. There was no opening now, leading through a cloud down to the tree. It had gone. The rabbits began to dig quickly. Soon they found the ladder that led upwards. Then they made such a big hole that the children could see down it to a large white cloud that swirled below the roundabout land. "Nothing there yet," said the first rabbit, getting out a handkerchief and wiping his dirty front paws. "Well, we must wait a bit. I only hope the land hasn't swung on and past the faraway tree altogether." The roundabout music went on and on. Then suddenly it began to slow down. One of the rabbits peeped out of the hole below and gave a shout. "The land has stopped going round, and the faraway tree is just nearby, but we can't reach it." The children peered through the cloud to the ladder below, and saw quite clearly that the faraway tree was very near, but not near enough to jump on. Whatever were they to do? "Now don't try to jump," warned the rabbits, "or you'll fall right through the cloud." "But what shall we do?" asked Beth in despair. "We must get on the tree before we swing away again." "I've got a rope," said one of the rabbits suddenly, and he put his hand into a big pocket and pulled out a yellow rope. He made a loop in one end and then threw it carefully at the topmost branch of a nearby tree. It caught and held. Good. "Frannie slip down the rope first," said Joe. "I'll hold this end." So Frannie, rather afraid, slid down the yellow rope to the tree. And then, just as she got there, the roundabout music began to play very loudly and quickly, and the roundabout land began to move. "Quick! Oh, quick!" shouted Frannie, as the land swung nearer to the faraway tree. "Jump! Jump!" They jumped, and the rabbits jumped after them. The roundabout land swung off. The big white cloud covered everything. The children and the rabbits clung to the topmost branch and looked at one another. "Whew! We look like monkeys on a stick," said Joe, and they all began to giggle. "Oh, my goodness, what an adventure! I vote we don't come up here again." But as you may guess, they did. The children clung to the top branches of the faraway tree, whilst the rabbits slid down a bit lower. They could still hear the enchanting music of the roundabout land as it swung around overhead. "We'd better get home," said Joe in a rather quiet voice. "It's been just a bit too exciting." "Come on then," said Beth, beginning to climb down. "It will be easier to get down than it was to climb up." But Frannie was very tired. She began to cry as she clung to her branch. She was the youngest and not so strong as Joe and Beth. "I shall fall," she wept. "I know I shall fall." Joe and Beth looked at one another in alarm. This would never do. There was such a long way to fall. "Oh dear, Frannie, you simply must try," said Joe gently. "We've got to get home safely." But Frannie clung to her branch and wept great tears. The two rabbits looked at her, most upset. One put his paw into her hand. "I'll help you," he said. But Frannie wouldn't be helped. She was tired out and afraid of everything now. She wept so loudly that two birds nearly flew off in fright. Just as the others were really in despair, a small door flew open in the trunk of the tree not far below, and a round, moon-like face looked out. "Hey there! What's the matter?" shouted the moon-faced person. "A fellow can't get any sleep at all with that awful noise going on." Frannie stopped crying and looked at Moonface in surprise. "I'm crying because I'm frightened of climbing down the tree," she said. I'm sorry I woke you up. Moonface beamed at her. Have you got any toffee? He asked. He liked chewy, sweet things to eat. Toffee? Said everyone in surprise. What do you want toffee for? To eat, of course, said Moonface. I just thought if you had any toffee to give me, then I'd let you slide down my slippery slip. You get down to the bottom very quickly that way, you know. A slide all the way down the faraway tree, cried Joe, hardly believing his ears. Good gracious! Whoever would have thought of that? I thought of it, said Moonface, beaming again just like a full moon. I let people use it if they pay me toffee. Oh, said the three children, and looked at one another in dismay, for none of them had any toffee. Then Joe shook his head. Well, we've no toffee, he said. But I've a bar of chocolate. It's a bit squishy, but quite nice. No, won't do, said Moonface. I don't like chocolate. What about the rabbits? Haven't they got any toffee either? The rabbits turned out their pockets. They had a very curious collection of things, but no toffee. Sorry, said Moonface, and slammed his door shut. Frannie began to cry again. Joe climbed down to the door and banged on it. Hey, old Moonface, he shouted. I'll bring you some lovely homemade toffee next time I'm up the tree, if you'll let us use your slippery slip. The door flew open again, and Moonface beamed out. Why didn't you say so before? He asked. Come in. One by one, the rabbits and the children climbed down to the door and went in. Moonface's house in the tree was very peculiar. It was one round room, and in the middle of it was the beginning of the slippery slip that ran down the whole trunk of the tree, winding round and round like a spiral staircase. Round the top of the slide was a curved bed, a curved table, and 2 curved chairs made to fit the roundness of the tree trunk. The children were astonished, and they wished they had time to stay for a while. But Moonface pushed them towards the slide. You want a cushion each, he said. Hey you, rabbit, take the top one and go first. One of the rabbits took an orange cushion and set it at the top of the slide. He sat down on it, looking a little nervous. Go on, hurry up, said Moonface. You don't want to stay all night, do you? He gave the rabbit a hard push, and the rabbit slid down the slippery slip at a tremendous pace, his whiskers and ears blown backwards. Joe thought it looked like a lovely thing to do. He went next. He took a blue cushion, sat on it at the top of the slide, and pushed off. Down he went on his cushion, his hair streaming backwards. Round and round and round went the slippery slip inside the enormous trunk of the old tree. It was quite dark and silent, and lasted a very long time, for the faraway tree was tremendously tall. Joe enjoyed every second. When he came to the bottom, his feet touched a sort of trap-door in the trunk at the foot of the tree, and the trap flew open. Joe shot out and landed on a big tuft of green moss which was grown there to make a soft landing place. He sat there, out of breath, and then he got up quickly, for he didn't want Beth or Frannie landing on top of him. Beth went next. She flew down on a fat pink cushion, gasping for breath, for she went so fast. Then Frannie went on a green cushion, and then the other rabbit. One by one, they shot out of the little trapdoor, which closed itself tightly as soon as the slider had gone through. They all sat on the ground, getting their breath back and laughing, for it really was funny to shoot down inside a tree on a cushion. The rabbit stood up first. We'd better get going, they said. So pleased to have met you. They disappeared down the nearest burrow, and the children waved goodbye. Then Joe stood up. Come on, he said. We really must get home. Goodness knows what the time is. Oh, what a lovely way of getting down the faraway tree that was, said Beth, jumping to her feet. It was so quick. Oh, I loved it,
said Frannie. "I'd like to climb up the tree every single day, just so that I can slide down that super slippery slip." "But what do we do with the cushions?" At that moment, a red squirrel, dressed in an old jumper, came out of a hole in the trunk. "Cushions, please," he said. The children gathered them up and handed them to the squirrel one by one. They were getting quite used to hearing animals talk to them now. "Are you going to carry all these cushions up the tree to Moonface?" asked Frannie in wonder. The squirrel laughed. "Of course not," he said. "Moonface lets down a rope for them. Look, here it comes." A rope came slipping down between the branches. The squirrel caught the end of it and tied the bundle of cushions firmly onto the rope. He gave 3 tugs, and the rope swung upwards again, taking the cushions with it. "Good idea," said Joe. And then they all turned to go home, thinking as they walked of the strange and exciting things that had happened that day. They came to the ditch and jumped across. They went down the little lane and through their little back gate. By the time they reached the cottage, they were ready to drop with tiredness. Their mother was still busy in the garden, and their father was not yet home. So, sleepily, Beth made them all some hot milk, which they took up to their rooms to drink while sitting in bed. "Oh, I'm not going up the faraway tree again," said Frannie, lying down. "Well, I am," said Joe. "Don't forget, we promised old Moonface some homemade toffee. We can climb up to his house, give him the toffee, and slide down that slippery slip again. We don't need to go into any land at the top of the tree." But Beth and Frannie were fast asleep, and very soon Joe was too, dreaming of the strange faraway tree and the curious folk who lived in its enormous trunk. The children talked about nothing else but the faraway tree and its strange folk for days after their adventure. Beth said they must certainly keep their promise to take Toffee to Moonface. "Promises must never be broken," she said. "I will make some toffee if Mother will let me have the sugar syrup and milk. Then when it's done, you can take it to Moonface, Joe." Mother said they could make toffee on Wednesday, after she had been to the shops. So on Wednesday, Beth set to work making the best, sweetest, chewiest toffee she could. She set it in a pan on the stove. It cooked beautifully. When it had cooled and was set nice and hard, Beth broke it up into small pieces. She put them into a paper bag, gave one piece to each of the others, and popped one into her own mouth. "I'll have to go at night, I think," said Joe. "I know I shan't get any time off this week. We're so busy with the garden now." So, that night, when the moon was shining brightly in the sky overhead, Joe slipped out of bed. Beth and Frannie woke up and heard him. They hadn't meant to go with him, but when they saw the moonlight shining everywhere and thought of that exciting faraway tree, they felt that they simply couldn't stay behind. Wouldn't you have felt that too? They dressed quickly and whispered through Joe's door, "We're coming too, Joe. Wait for us." Joe waited. Then they all 3 slipped down the creaky stairs and out into the moonlit garden. The shadows were very black indeed, just like ink. There was no colour anywhere, only the pale, cold moonlight. They were soon in the Enchanted Wood. But, dear me, it was quite different now. It was simply alive with people and animals. In the very dark parts of the wood, little lanterns were hung in rows. In the moonlit parts, there were no lanterns, and a great deal of chattering was going on. Nobody took any notice of the children at all. Nobody seemed surprised to see them. But the children were most astonished at everything. "There's a market over there," whispered Joe to Beth. "Look! There are necklaces made of painted acorns and brooches made of wild roses." But Beth was looking at something else. A dance was going on in the moonlit dell, with fairies and pixies chattering and laughing together. Sometimes, when they were tired of dancing on their feet, partners would fly in the air and dance there in the moonlight. Frannie was watching some elves growing toadstools. As fast as the toadstool grew, an elf laid a cloth on it and put glasses of lemonade and tiny cakes there. It was all like a strange dream. "Oh, I am glad we came," said Beth in delight. "Who would have thought that the Enchanted Wood would be like this at night?" They wasted a great deal of time looking at everything, but at last they got to the faraway tree. And even here there was a great difference. The whole tree was hung with strings of tiny lights that glittered softly from branch to branch, rather like a very enormous Christmas tree. Joe saw something else. It was a stout rope going from branch to branch for people to hold on to when they wished to go up the tree. "Look at that," he said. "It will be much easier going up tonight. All we have to do is just hold on to the rope and pull ourselves up by it. Come on." Other folk and some animals too were going up the tree, not to the land at the top, but to visit their friends who lived in the trunk of the enormous old tree. All the doors and all the windows were wide open now, and there was a great deal of laughing and talking going on. The children climbed up and up. When they came to the window of the pixie who had been so angry with them last week because they had peeped in, they found that he was in a very good temper now, sitting and smiling at his open window, talking to 3 owls. But Joe didn't think they had better stop, in case the pixie remembered them and threw water over them again. So on they went, holding on to the thick rope, climbing very easily. They came to Silky's house and called her. She was at her stove baking something. "Oh, hello," she said, looking up and smiling. "So here you are again, and just in time too, because I'm baking pop cakes, and they are most delicious when they're hot." Her silky golden hair stood out around her tiny face, which was red with baking. Joe took out his bag of toffee. "We are really taking them to Moonface," he said, "but do have one." Silky took one, and then gave them 3 hot pop cakes each. My goodness, how lovely they were, especially when they went pop in the children's mouths. "Oh, we mustn't stop, Silky dear," said Beth. "We've still got a long way to go up the tree." "Well, look out for Dame Washalot's water then," said Silky. "She's dreadful at night. She knows there are a lot of people going up and down the tree, and she just loves to soak them with her dirty water." The children went on up. They passed Mr. What's-his-name, still fast asleep and snoring in his chair. They dodged Dame Washalot's water sloshing down. Nobody even got splashed this time. Frannie laughed. "This really is the funniest tree I ever knew," she said. "You simply never know what's going to happen." They pulled themselves up and up by the rope and came at last to the top. They knocked on Moonface's yellow door. "Come in!" yelled a voice, and in they went. Moonface was sitting on his curved bed, mending one of his cushions. "Hello," he said. "Did you bring me that toffee you owe me?" "Yes," said Joe, handing him the bag. "There's a lot there, Moonface. Half to pay you for last week's slippery slide, and half to pay you if you'll let us go down again tonight." "Oh my!" said Moonface, looking with great delight into the bag. "What lovely toffee!" He crammed 4 large pieces into his mouth and sucked with joy. "Is it nice?" said Beth. Answered Moonface, quite unable to speak properly, for his teeth were all stuck together with the toffee. The children laughed. "Is the roundabout land at the top of the faraway tree?" asked Joe. Moonface shook his head. He said. "What land is there now?" asked Frannie. Moonface made a face. He screwed up his nose. He said very earnestly. "Oh dear. We shan't be able to get anything out of him whilst he's eating toffee," said Beth. "He'll just ooble away. What a pity. I would have liked to know what strange land was there tonight." "I'll just go and peep," said Joe, jumping up. Moonface looked alarmed. He shook his head and caught hold of Joe. He cried. "It's all right, Moonface. I'm only going to peep," said Joe. "I shan't go into the land." Cried Moonface in a fright, trying his best to swallow all the toffee so that he could speak properly. Joe didn't listen. He went out of the door with the girls and climbed up the last branch of the faraway tree. What land was above it this time? Joe peered up through the dark hole in the cloud, through which a beam of moonlight shone down. He came to the little ladder that ran up through the hole in the cloud. He climbed up it. His head poked out into the land at the top. He gave a shout. "Beth! Frannie! It's a kind of ice and snow. There are big white bears everywhere. Oh, do come and look." But then a dreadful thing happened. Something lifted Joe right off the ladder, and he disappeared into the land of ice and snow above the cloud. "Come back, Joe! Oh, come back!" yelled Moonface, swallowing all his toffee in fright. "You mustn't even look, or the snowman will get you." But Joe was gone. Beth looked at Moonface in dismay. "Oh, what shall we do?" she said. Moonface was most upset to see Joe disappear. "Oh, I told him not to! I told him!" he groaned. "No, you didn't," sobbed Frannie. "Your mouth was full of toffee and all you could say was woo, 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 woo. And how could we know what that meant?" "Well, where's Joe now?" asked Beth, quite pale with shock. Yes, indeed. Where was Joe? Someone had lifted him right off the ladder, up into the land of ice and snow. And there, strangely enough, the moon and the sun were in the sky at the same time. One at one side and the other opposite, both shining with a pale light. Joe shivered, for it was very cold. He looked up to see what had lifted him off the ladder, and he saw, in front of him, a big, strange creature. A snowman. He was just like the snowmen Joe had so often made in the winter-time, round and fat and white, with an old hat stuck on his head and a carrot for a nose.
"Oh, this is luck," said the snowman, in a soft, snowy sort of voice. "I've been standing by that hole for days, waiting for a seal to come up, and you came."
"Oh," said Joe, remembering that seals come up to breathe through holes in the ice. "That wasn't a water hole. That was the hole that led down to the faraway tree, and I want to go back, please."
"Well, the hole is closed up," said the snowman.
Joe looked, and to his great dismay, he saw that a thick layer of ice had formed over the hole, so thick that he knew perfectly well he could never break through it. "Whatever shall I do now?" he said.
"Just what I tell you," said the snowman with a grin. "Oh, this is splendid. In this dull and silent land there is nothing but polar bears and seals and penguins. Oh, I've so often wanted someone to talk to."
"How did you get here?" asked Joe, wrapping his coat firmly around him, for he was bitterly cold.
"Ah," said the snowman. "Well, it's a long story. I was made by some children long ago, and when they finished me, they laughed at me and threw stones at me to break me up. So that night, I crept away here and made myself king. But what's the good of being king if you've only bears and things to talk to? What I want is a really good servant who can talk my language, and now you've come." "But I don't want to be your servant," said Joe indignantly. "Nonsense," said the snowman, and he gave Joe a push that nearly sent him over. Then, on big, flat snow feet, he moved forward to where there was a low wall of snow. "Make me a good house," he said. "But I don't know how to," said Joe. "Oh, just cut blocks of this stiff, icy snow and build them up one on top of the other," said the snowman. "When you've finished, I'll give you a warm coat to wear. Then you won't shiver so much." Joe didn't see that he could do anything but obey. So he picked up a shovel that was lying by the wall and began to cut big bricks of the frozen snow. When he had cut about 20, he stopped and placed them one on top of another, till one side of the roundhouse was made. Then he began to cut snow bricks again, wondering all the time how in the world he would ever be able to escape from this strange land. Joe had often built little snow houses of soft snow in his garden at home during the winter. Now he made a big one, with proper snow blocks, as hard as bricks. He quite enjoyed it, though he did wish the girls were there too. When he had finished, and made a nice rounded roof, the snowman came shuffling up. "Oh, very nice," he said. "Very nice indeed. I can just get in, I think." He squeezed his big snowy body inside, and threw out a thick coat for Joe, made of wool as soft and as white as the snow all around. Joe put it on very thankfully. Then he tried to squeeze in after the snowman, for he wanted to be out of the cold, icy wind. But he was so squashed between the snowman and the walls of the snow house that he couldn't breathe. "Oh, don't push so," said the snowman disagreeably. "Move up." "I can't," gasped poor Joe. He felt quite certain that he would be pushed right out of the snow hut through a hole in the wall. Just then, there came a curious grunt at the doorway. The snowman called out at once. "Oh, is that you, Fairy? Take this boy to your home under the ice. He's a nuisance here. He keeps squashing me." Joe looked up to see who Fairy was, and he saw a great white bear looking in. The bear had a stupid but kind look on his face. Said the bear, and pulled Joe out into the open air. Joe knew it was no use to struggle. Nobody could get away from a bear as big as that. But the bear was certainly very kindly. He said to Joe, with a loud grunting noise. I'm afraid I don't know what you mean," said Joe. The bear said no more. He just took Joe along with him, half carrying the little boy, for Joe found the way very slippery indeed. They came to a hole that led under the ice and snow. The bear pushed Joe down it, and to Joe's enormous surprise, he found there was a big room underneath, with 5 bears there, big and little. It was quite warm there too. Joe was astonished, for there was no heater, of course. Said all the bears politely. Said Joe. That pleased the bears very much indeed. They came and shook paws with Joe very solemnly and oomphed all over him. Joe liked the look of the bears much more than he liked the look of the snowman. He thought perhaps they might help him to escape from this silly land of ice and snow. Could you tell me the way back to the faraway tree, please? He asked the bears politely and clearly. The bears looked at one another and then oomphed at Joe. It was quite clear that they didn't understand a word he said. "Oh, never mind," said Joe with a sigh, and made up his mind to put up with things until he could see a way to escape. The snowman was a great nuisance. No sooner did Joe settle himself down for a nap,
leaning his head against the big, warm body of a bear. Then there came a call from the snow house.
"Hey, boy, come here and play dominoes with me."
So Joe had to go and play dominoes. And as the snowman wouldn't let him come into the house because he said he was squashed, Joe had to sit at the doorway and play, and he nearly froze to bits. Then another time, just as he was eating a nice bit of fried fish that one of the bears had kindly cooked for him, the snowman shouted to him to come and make a window in his house. And Joe had to hurry off and cut a sheet of clear ice to fit into one side of the snow house for a window. Well, really, that snowman was a perfect nuisance. "Oh, I wish to goodness I'd never stepped into this silly land," thought Joe 100 times. "It's a good thing the bears are so nice to me. I only wish they could say something else besides oomph." Joe wondered what Beth and Frannie were doing. Were they very upset when he didn't come back? Would they go home and tell their father and mother what had happened? Beth and Frannie were upset. It had been dreadful to see poor Joe disappear through the cloud like that. Moonface looked very solemn too. He could speak quite well now that he had swallowed all his toffee. "Oh, we must rescue him," he said, his face shining like the full moon. "How?" asked the girls. "I must think," said Moonface, and he shut his eyes. His head swelled up with his thinking. He opened his eyes and nodded his head. "We'll go to Goldilocks and the 3 bears," he said. "Her bears know the land of ice and snow. She might be able to help Joe that way." "But where does Goldilocks live?" asked Beth in wonder. "I thought she was just a fairy tale." "Oh, good gracious, no," said Moonface. "Come on, we'll have to catch the train." What train?" asked Frannie in astonishment. "Oh, wait and see," said Moonface. "Hurry now. Go down the slippery slip and wait for me at the bottom." Beth took a cushion, put it at the top of the slide and pushed off. Down she went. Whiz! She shot to the bottom, flew out of the trapdoor and landed on the cushion of moss. She had hardly got up before Frannie flew out of the trapdoor too. "You know, this slippery slip is the greatest fun," said Beth. "I'd like to do that all day long." "Yes, if only we didn't have to climb all the way up the tree first," said Frannie. The trapdoor flew open and out shot Moonface on a yellow cushion. He put the 3 cushions together, whistled to the red squirrel who looked after them, and threw them to him. Then he turned to the waiting girls. "There's a train at midnight," he said. "We shall have to hurry." The wood was still bright with moonlight. The 3 of them hurried between the trees. Suddenly, Beth heard the chuffing of a train, and she and Frannie stopped in surprise. They saw a small train winding in and out of the trees, looking for all the world like an old-fashioned clockwork toy train made big. The engine even had a key still in its side, as if to wind it up. There was a small station nearby. Moonface caught hold of the girl's hands and ran to it. The train was standing quite still there. The carriages had tin doors and windows which didn't open, just like those of a clockwork train. Beth tried her hardest to open a door, but it was no use. The train whistled. It was anxious to be off. "Don't you know how to get into this train?" asked Moonface with a laugh. "Oh, you are sillies. You just slide the roof off." As he spoke, he pushed at the roof, and it slid off like the roof of a toy train's carriage. "I think this is just a toy clockwork train made big," said Frannie, climbing over the side of the carriage and getting in at the roof. "I never saw such a funny train in my life." They all got in. Moonface couldn't seem to slide the roof on again properly, so he stood up inside the carriage, and when the train went off, Beth and Frannie, who couldn't possibly see out of the tin windows, stood up and looked out of the roof instead. They did look funny. At the next station, which was called Doll's Station, 3 dolls got into the carriage and stared at them very hard. One was so like Beth's own doll at home that she couldn't help staring back. The second station was called Crosspatch Station, and standing next to the railway tracks were 3 of the crossest-looking old women that the girls had ever seen. One of them got into their carriage, and the 3 dolls got out at once and climbed into the next one. "Move up," said the Crosspatch angrily to Moonface. He moved up. The Crosspatch was an uncomfortable person to travel with. She grumbled all the time, and her basket, which was full of prickly bunches of roses, kept bumping into poor Frannie. "Here we are! Here we are!" sang out Moonface when they got to the next station, and the 3 of them got out gladly, leaving the Crosspatch grumbling away all to herself. The station was called Bear's Station, and there were a great many teddy bears about, some brown, some pink, some blue, and some white. When they wanted to talk to one another, they kept pressing themselves in the middle, where the button that made them talk was, and then they could talk quite well. Frannie wanted to giggle when she saw them doing this. It did look so funny. Please could you tell me the way to the 3 bears' house?" Moonface asked a blue teddy bear politely. The bear pressed himself in the middle and answered in a nice growly voice, "Up the lane, and down the lane, and round the lane." "Thank you," said Moonface. "It sounds a bit funny to me," said Beth doubtfully. "Not at all," said Moonface, leading them up a little lane through the honeysuckle. "Here we are going up a lane, and now you see it goes downhill, so we're going down, and presently we'll turn a corner and go around the lane." He was right. They went up and then down and then around, and there in front of them, tucked into a woody corner, was the dearest, prettiest little house the girls had ever seen. It was covered with pink roses from top to bottom, and its tiny windows winked in the moonlight as if they had eyes. Moonface knocked at the door. A sleepy voice cried, "Oh, come in!" Moonface opened the door and they all went in. There was a table in front of them, and on it were 3 steaming bowls of what some people call porridge and some call oatmeal, and round it were 3 chairs, 1 big, 1 middle-sized, and 1 tiny. "Gosh, it's the house of the 3 bears, all right," whispered Beth excitedly. It was just like seeing a fairy story come true. "Here we are," said the voice from another room. Moonface went in with Beth and Frannie. The other room was a small bedroom, with a big bed in it, a middle-sized bed in it, and in the cot was a most adorable baby bear with the bluest eyes the girls had ever seen. "Where's Goldilocks?" asked Moonface. "Gone shopping," said the father bear. "Where does she sleep when she's here?" said Beth, looking around. "And does she always live with you now?" "Always," said the father bear, putting his big nightcap straight. "Yes, she looks after us very well. There's a market on tonight in the Enchanted Wood, and she's gone to see if she can buy some porridge cheap. As for where she sleeps, well, she just chooses any of our beds, you know, and we cuddle up together then. But she likes the baby bear's bed best, because it's so soft and warm." "She did in the story," said Frannie. What story?" asked the mother bear. "Well, the story of the 3 bears," said Frannie. "Never heard of it," said the 3 bears all together, which really seemed rather extraordinary to Beth and Frannie. They didn't like to ask any more questions after that. "Oh, here's Goldilocks now," said the mother bear. The sound of a little high voice could be heard coming nearer and nearer. The baby bear sprang out of his cot and ran to the door in delight. A pretty little girl with long, curling golden hair picked him up and hugged him. "Hello, dearest," she said. "Have you been a good bear?" Then she saw Beth, Frannie and Moonface and stared at them in surprise. "Oh, who are you?" she said. Moonface explained about Joe and how he had gone to the land of ice and snow where the big white bears lived. "I'm afraid the magic snowman will make him a prisoner there," said Moonface, "and he'll have to live with the big white bears. Could you get your 3 bears to come with us and ask the white bears to let Joe go free, Goldilocks?" "But I don't know the way," said Goldilocks.
"We do," said the father bear suddenly. "The white bears are cousins of ours, Moonface. If you can help us with a bit of magic, we can visit the land of ice and snow in a few minutes."
"Good gracious," said Beth, most astonished. "But it's ever so far away, right at the top of the faraway tree."
"Oh, that doesn't matter,"
said the father bear. He took down a large jar from the mantelpiece and filled it with water. He put into it a yellow powder and stirred it with a big black crow's feather. Moonface put his hands into the water and began to sing a string of such strange words that Beth and Frannie felt quite trembly. The water bubbled. It rose up to the top of the jar. It overflowed and ran onto the floor. It turned to ice beneath their feet. A cold wind filled the little house, and everyone shivered. Then Beth looked out of the window, and what she saw filled her with such amazement that she couldn't say a word, but just pointed. Frannie looked too, and whatever do you think? Outside lay nothing but ice and snow. They were in the same land as Joe, though how this land happened neither Beth nor Frannie could make out. "We're there," said Moonface, taking his hands out of the jar and drying them on his red handkerchief. "Can you lend us any coats, bears? We shall be cold here." The mother bear handed them thick coats out of a cupboard. They put them on. The bears already had thick fur and did not need anything extra. "Now, to go and find Joe," said Moonface. "Come on, bears. You've got to help." Goldilocks and the 3 bears, the girls and Moonface, all went out of the little cottage. How strange it seemed to see roses blossoming over the walls when ice and snow lay all around. "The thing is, where do we go to find the polar bears?" said Goldilocks.
"Over there, towards the sun,"
said the father bear. Beth and Frannie were surprised to see both the moon and the sun shining in the sky. They followed the father bear, slipping and sliding and holding on to one another. It was very cold, and their noses and toes felt as if they were freezing. Suddenly they saw the little snow house that Joe had built for the magic snowman.
"Look," said the father bear. "We'd better make for that."
But before they got there, a big white figure squeezed itself out of the snow house and saw them. It was the magic snowman. As soon as he saw the 3 bears and the others, he began to shout loudly in a windy, snowy voice,
"Enemies! Enemies! Hey, bears, come and send off the enemies!"
"We're not enemies!" yelled Moonface, and Goldilocks ran forward to show the snowman that she was a little girl. But Moonface pulled her back. He didn't trust that old snowman. The snowman bent his big fat body down and picked up great handfuls of snow. He threw one at Goldilocks. She ducked down and it passed over her and hit the baby bear. "Ouch!" he said, and sat down in a hurry. Then everything happened at once. A crowd of white polar bears hurried out of their underground home to help the snowman, and soon the air was full of flying snowballs. The snow was hard, and the balls hurt when they hit anyone. It wasn't a bit of good the girls shouting that they were friends, not enemies. Nobody heard them, and soon there was a fierce battle going on. "Oh dear!" gasped Beth, trying her best to throw straight. "This is dreadful! We shall never rescue Joe by behaving like this." But there really didn't seem anything else to be done. After all, if people are fighting you, you can't do much but defend yourself. And the three bears and the girls and Moonface felt very angry at having hard snowballs thrown at them. Smack! Thud! Biff! Squish! The snowballs burst as they hit, and soon there was a great noise of angry whoomps from the white bears and ooches from the teddy bears, and yells from the children, and screeches from Moonface, who acted as if he was mad, hopping about and yelling and kicking up the snow as well as throwing it. His big round face was a fine target for snowballs, and he was hit more than anybody else. Poor old Moonface. Now, whilst this fierce battle was going on, where do you suppose Joe was? As soon as he heard the cry of "Enemies, enemies!" he had hidden in a corner, for he didn't want to be mixed up in any fight. When he saw the white bears going out and he was left all alone, he began at once to think of escaping. He crept to the hole that led above ground. The battle was some way off, so Joe did not see that the enemies were really his own friends. If he had, he would have gone to join them at once. What a terrible noise they're all making, he thought. It sounds like a battle between gorillas and bears to me. I'm not going near them. I'd be eaten up or something. I shall just run hard the opposite way and hope I'll meet someone to help me. So Joe, dressed in his big white woolly coat and looking just like a little white bear himself, crept off over the ice and snow, not seen by anyone. He ran as soon as he thought he was out of sight. He ran and he ran and he ran. But he met nobody. Not a soul was to be seen. Only a lonely seal lay on a shelf of ice. But even he dived below as soon as he saw Joe. And then Joe stopped in the greatest astonishment and stared as if his eyes would fall out of his head. He had come to the cottage of the three bears, standing all alone in the middle of the ice and snow. And of course, its roses were still blooming around it, scenting the air. "I'm dreaming," said Joe. "I simply must be dreaming. A cottage with roses here in the middle of the snow? Well, I shall go and see who lives there. Perhaps they would give me something to eat and let me rest, for I'm very hungry and tired." He knocked at the door. There was no answer. He opened the door and went in. How he stared! There was no one to be seen at all, but on the table stood 3 bowls of steaming porridge, 1 big, 1 middle-size, and 1 small. It was rather dark, so Joe lit a big candle on the table. Then he sank down into the biggest chair, but it was far too big, so he got up again. He sat down in the next size chair, but that was too piled up with cushions, and he got up to sit in the smallest chair. That was just right, and Joe settled down comfortably. But alas, his weight was too much for it, and the chair broke to bits beneath him. He looked at the delicious porridge. He tasted the porridge in the biggest bowl. It was much too hot and burnt his tongue. He tasted the next bowl, but that was far too sweet. But when he tasted the porridge in the little bowl, it was just right. So Joe ate it all up. Then he felt so sleepy that he thought he really must rest. So he went into the bedroom and lay down on the biggest bed. But it was far too big, so he tried the middle-sized one. That was too soft and went down in the middle. So Joe lay down on the cot, and that was so small and warm and comfortable that he fell fast asleep. All this time the snowball battle was going on. The snowman was so big and the polar bears were so fierce that very soon the teddy bears, the children and Moonface were driven backwards. Then a snowstorm blew up, and the snow fell so thickly that it was quite impossible to see anything. Moonface called out in alarm, "Bears! Goldilocks! Beth! Frannie! Take hold of each other's hands at once and don't let go. One of us might easily be lost in the storm." Everyone at once took hands, The snow blew into their faces, and they could see nothing. Bending forwards, they began to walk carefully away from the white bears, who had stopped fighting now and were trying to find out where their enemies were.
"Don't shout or anything," said Moonface. "We don't want the white bears to hear us, in case they take us prisoners. Move off and we'll look for some sort of shelter till this storm is over."
They were all very miserable. They were cold, rather frightened, and quite lost. They stumbled over the snow, keeping hold of one another's hands firmly. They went on, and suddenly Goldilocks shook off Moonface's hand and pointed in front of them.
"A light!"
she said in astonishment. Everyone stopped.
I say, it's our cottage!" shrieked the baby bear in surprise and delight. "But who's inside? Someone must have lit the candle."
They all stared at the lit-up window. Who was inside the cottage? Could the magic snowman have found it? Or the polar bears? Was it an enemy inside or a friend? Blew the wind, and the snowflakes fell thickly on everyone as they stood there, wondering.
"Ooh," shivered Moonface. "We shall get dreadful cold standing out here in the snow. Let's go in and find out who's there."
So the father bear opened the door, and one by one they all trooped in, looking round the empty room, half afraid. "There doesn't seem to be anyone here," said Beth, cautiously looking around.
"Well, who lit that candle?"
asked Moonface, his big round face looking anxious.
"We didn't leave it burning."
Suddenly the father bear gave an angry growl and pointed to his chair.
"Who's been sitting in my chair?" he said.
"And who's been sitting in my chair?" said the mother bear, pointing to hers.
"And who's been sitting in my chair and broken it all to bits?"
squeaked the baby bear in tears. Beth giggled. "This sounds like the story of the 3 bears coming true," she said to Frannie. "They'll talk about porridge next." They did.
"Who's been eating my porridge?"
said the father bear angrily.
"And who's been eating my porridge?"
said the mother bear.
"And who's been eating mine and gobbled it all up?"
wept the baby bear, scraping his spoon round the empty plate.
"It's all very mysterious,"
said Moonface.
"Somebody lit that candle, somebody sat in the chairs, somebody ate the porridge. But who?"
"Not me this time," said Goldilocks.
"I was with you all the time we were snowballing, wasn't I, Bears?"
"You certainly were," growled the father bear softly, patting the little girl on the back. He was very fond of her. "I wish we had found poor Joe," said Beth. "Whatever will he be doing in this horrid cold land?"
"Do you suppose we ought to go out and look for him again?"
said Frannie, shivering as she thought of the ice-cold wind outside.
"No,"
said Moonface decidedly. "No one is going out of this cottage again until we're safely in the wood back at home. I'm afraid we can't possibly rescue Joe now."
"What's that noise?"
said Goldilocks suddenly. Everybody listened. Someone was snoring softly in the next room.
"We never thought of looking there,"
said Moonface.
"Who can it be?"
"Shh," said Goldilocks.
"If we catch him asleep, we can hold him tight and he won't be able to get away. But if he wakes up, he might be fierce."
They tiptoed to the door of the bedroom. One by one they squeezed through.
"Who's been lying on my bed?"
said the father bear in a growly voice. "Shh," said Moonface crossly.
"Who's been lying on my bed?"
said the mother bear.
"Oh, shh,"
said everyone.
"And who's been lying on my bed and is fast asleep there still?"
said the baby bear. Everyone stared at the cot. Yes, there was someone there, someone covered in white. Was it a polar bear?
"It's a white bear,"
said Moonface, half frightened.
"Let's lock him in before he wakes," said the Father Bear. "He might still think we are enemies."
They all rushed out of the little room and slammed the door shut with a loud bang, locking it behind them.
"He's caught!"
said Moonface joyfully. Joe awoke with a jump. Who had locked him in? Had the magic snowman caught him again? He began to shout and bang on the door, and then Beth and Frannie recognised his voice and yelled out loudly,
"Oh, Moonface, it's Joe, it's Joe, it's Joe! Oh, it's Joe!"
They rushed to the door and unlocked it. They flung their arms around Joe. The boy was too astonished to speak. He hugged his sisters. "How did you get here?" he asked. "How did you get here?" cried Beth and Frannie.
"Come into the kitchen and we'll all have some hot porridge and milk," said Goldilocks. "We can talk then and get warm."
So Joe went with the others, all chattering loudly about everything. Goldilocks ladled out porridge into blue bowls and made some hot chocolate. Soon everyone was putting sugar on their porridge and drinking the hot chocolate. Joe poured some milk over his porridge and smiled joyfully at everybody. "What an adventure this has been," he said. "Shall I tell my tale first, or will you tell yours?" He told his, and then Beth told how Moonface had gone to the three bears for their help and all about the fierce snowball battle. "It's a pity about the battle," said the Father Bear mournfully. "The white bears are cousins of ours and have always been very friendly. Now they seem to be enemies."
"Let's hope they don't discover our cottage," said Goldilocks, eating her hot porridge. "Moonface, hadn't we better make some magic and get back to the wood?"
"Plenty of time, said Moonface, pouring himself another cup of hot chocolate. But you know, there wasn't plenty of time, for just at that moment, Goldilocks gave a scream and pointed to the window.
"Someone looked in," she said.
"Oh, don't be silly," said Moonface.
"I'm not," said Goldilocks. "I tell you, somebody looked in. Who could it be?"
"The handle of the door is moving," yelled Moonface, and he leapt to the door. In a flash he had locked it and bolted it. The Father Bear got up and went to the window. He looked out into the snowstorm. "I can't see anything," he said, and then he growled loudly, "Yes, I can! I can see the white bears! They've surrounded our cottage! Now what shall we do?" "Well, they can't get in at the door, and they certainly shan't get in at the window," said Moonface, looking fierce. The door shook, but it held well. Someone battered on it. "We shan't let you in," yelled Joe. "If anyone tries to open the window or break it, I'll throw this kettle at him," shouted Moonface, who was dancing about and waving the kettle in the air.
"Moonface, that kettle has got hot water in it," said Frannie. "Do be careful. You nearly dropped some on me."
"I'll drop it onto any bear that dares to come in here," yelled Moonface, spattering the room with steaming drops. "Oh dear," said Beth. "Hide behind the bed, Frannie. It seems to me that Moonface is almost as dangerous as the bears." Moonface soon realised that they were right, and that waving a hot kettle around was a foolish and dangerous thing to do. So he put it down again gently. Then the Father Bear had an idea. He dragged the big table across the room to block the door. Things were getting exciting. Joe and the girls were frightened, but they couldn't help feeling terribly thrilled too. Whatever was going to happen next. Boomed the big bears outside, but they couldn't get in at the door or the window. But they found another way. The chimney was big and wide, for the fireplace was one of the large, old-fashioned kind and needed a wide chimney. One of the bears climbed up onto the roof, followed by 3 more. The first one slipped into the big chimney. Down he went, whoosh! Down went another, and the third, and the fourth. They landed with a crash onto the big hearth, and hurriedly jumped away from the flames of the fire. "Surrender!" they cried to the startled children and the bears. "Surrender! The magic snowman is outside! Let him in!" Everyone stared at the big white bears in horror. No one had thought of the chimney. What a pity they hadn't stopped it up.
"I'm going to let the magic snowman in," said the first white bear.
Then the father bear spoke up in a very sorrowful voice.
"Cousins, why are we enemies? We have always been good friends up till now."
The 4 white bears looked at him and at the mother bear in sudden amazement. They rushed at them with loud, oomphy noises. Joe thought they were going to fight the 3 bears, but no. The white bears were not going to fight. They were hugging the 3 bears as tightly as they could, and to the children's amazement, tears were pouring down their furry faces.
"We didn't know it was you," said the white bears. "Why, cousins, we would never have fought you if only we had known you were the 3 bears that we love so much."
"Oh, there," said the mother bear, wiping the tears of a white bear off her fur. "It's all right. But for goodness sake, tell the other bears we're friends. We don't want the front door battered down." Moonface opened the door and yelled,
"Bears, it's all right. This is the cottage of your cousins, the 3 bears. We're friends."
But the white bears didn't answer or come in. Instead, a big white shape came up and squeezed through the door. The magic snowman! A chill fell over the room. The white bears were frightened of him, for he was their master. He shut the door and glared at everyone out of his stone eyes.
"So, even my own bears have gone over to the enemy," he said. "Oh-ho! What will you say if I turn you into ice and snow, everyone?"
Nobody said anything. But to Beth's surprise, Moonface shut the door and then went to the fire. He piled on 3 great logs and winked at Beth. The snowman took up a white bear by the scruff of his neck and shook him.
"So, you found your voices, did you?"
he said.
"Didn't I tell you that you were only to say oomph and not to speak a word to anyone? I won't have bears that talk."
He picked up another white bear and shook him.
"So you are friends with my enemies, are you?"
he said. Whew, the room became very hot. Joe took off his coat, so did the others. Moonface slyly put on another log. The fire crackled and shot great flames up the chimney. Frannie wished she could take everything off. She was so hot.
"Whatever does Moonface think he's doing, making the room so hot?" she thought crossly.
But just as she was about to tell him what she was thinking, he winked at her, and she said nothing. Moonface had some strange plan that he was carrying out. The snowman went on and on, grumbling and threatening. Everyone listened and said nothing. Moonface raked the fire and it blazed up higher.
"Now, this is what I am going to do,"
said the magic snowman.
"I'm going to take this nice little cottage for my own, and I shall live here. All of you others can live in a snow house and freeze for all I care. You will all wait on me and do whatever I say."
"Yes," said everybody. They all knew now what Moonface's plan was. He meant to make the room so hot that the magic snowman would melt. Clever old Moonface. A little trickle of water began to run from the snowman's broad white back, which was near the fire. Moonface pointed to it secretly and grinned. Frannie thought Moonface's beaming face looked so funny that she began to giggle. She really couldn't help it. Goldilocks giggled too and stuffed her handkerchief into her small mouth. The baby bear gave a high squeak of a giggle.
"How dare you laugh!"
shouted the snowman angrily.
"Outside, all of you, outside! This is my cottage now, and not one of you shall stay here."
They all crowded outside except for Moonface, who crouched behind a big chair, determined not to leave the fire in case it burnt low. Outside it was bitterly cold. The white bears quickly dug up the snow and made a high wall to shelter the others from the wind. They crouched there, cuddling close to one another for warmth. The big white bears wrapped their furry arms around the children and warmed them beautifully. Joe thought they were very kind indeed. They waited and they waited. They could see smoke pouring from the chimney of the cottage, and they knew that Moonface must be keeping up the fire. The bears oomphed every now and again, and the children whispered to one another. Then suddenly the door of the cottage was flung open, and Moonface stood there, his big face beaming like a full moon. "You can come back now," he shouted. "It's quite safe." They all crowded back into the cottage. Joe looked for the snowman, but he was gone. There was nothing to show that he had been there except for a very large puddle of water. "He melted very quickly," said Moonface. "He may have been very magic and very powerful, but he was just made of snow after all, so he melted like a real snowman on a sunny morning." The polar bears oomphed with delight. They had hated being servants to the snowman. "We'll all say goodbye to you now," they said to the 3 bears. "This cottage is cosy, but it's too hot for us. Come and see us again whenever you like. Goodbye." Everyone hugged them goodbye, and Joe felt quite sad to see them go. Moonface shut the door after them. "Now we'll get back home," he said. "I'm a bit tired of this land. Come on, bears, help me to get the cottage back safely." He didn't do the same magic as before. He drew a circle on the floor in blue chalk, and the 3 bears stood inside, holding paws. Moonface danced around them, singing strings of odd magic words. A wind rose up, and the cottage rocked. Darkness came down, and for a moment, no one could see anything at all. Then gradually, the darkness went, and the wind blew no more. The sun shone warmly in at the window. Beth gave a shout. "I say, we're back in the little woody corner where we first saw the cottage. And it's daytime now, not nighttime." "Well, we've been having this adventure all night long," said Moonface with a laugh. "It's sunrise now. The night has gone. You'd better hurry off home, children, or you'll be scolded for leaving your beds at night." They hugged Goldilocks and shook hands with the 3 bears. "We'll come back and see you sometime," said Frannie. "Thank you so much for all your help." Goldilocks and the bears stood at the door and waved goodbye as Moonface hurried the 3 children away down the lane to catch the train back to the Enchanted Wood. It wasn't long before they had got to the station, waited for a train, slid off the roof and settled down in a carriage. When they got to the Enchanted Wood, they said goodbye to Moonface, and Frannie gave him a big kiss for being such a help. He was so pleased that he went red all over his enormous face, and Beth laughed. "You look like the setting sun now," she said. "You really ought to be called Sunface." "Goodbye, and see you soon, I hope," called Moonface. Off went the children home, and got into bed just about an hour before their mother called them to get up. My goodness, they were sleepy all that day. The children didn't really feel that they wanted to go to any of the lands at the top of the faraway tree for a little while. It was a bit too exciting to climb through the clouds and see what was above them. But they did want to see their friends in the tree, especially dear old Moonface. So the very next time that they had a day to themselves, they set off through the Enchanted Wood to the faraway tree. There was no rope to guide them this time. It was only at night that the rope was swung through the boughs to help the woodland folk up and down. The children began to climb up. Every door and window in the tree seemed shut today, and not a soul was about. It was quite dull climbing the tree. Even when they reached Silky's house, that was shut too, and they couldn't hear Silky singing or anything. They knocked, but there was no answer. So on they went up to Moonface's, keeping a good lookout for Dame Washalot's dirty water to come swishing down on them. But not even her water appeared that day. It all seemed very quiet and peaceful. They reached Moonface's house at the top of the tree and knocked at his door. Nobody opened. But inside, they could quite well hear somebody crying. It was very mysterious.
"It doesn't sound like Moonface," said Frannie, puzzled. "Let's go in and see who it is."
So they opened the door and went in. And it was Silky, sitting in a corner, crying bitterly. "Whatever's the matter?" cried Joe.
"And where's old Moonface?"
asked Frannie.
"Oh dear," sobbed Silky. "Moonface has been thrown into some dreadfully strange land at the top of the faraway tree because he was rude to Mr. What's-his-name down below."
"What? That old man who's always sitting in a chair and snoring," said Beth, remembering that they hadn't seen him that day. "Whatever did Moonface do?"
"Oh, he was very naughty," wept Silky. "So was I. You see, we heard Mr. What's-his-name snoring as usual, and we crept up to him and saw that his mouth was wide open, and, oh dear, we popped a handful of acorns into it, and when he woke up, he spluttered and popped, and then he caught sight of us hiding behind a branch."
"Goodness! Did you really dare to do such a naughty thing?" cried Beth. "No wonder he was angry."
"Oh, Moonface is dreadfully bad sometimes," said Silky, wiping her eyes. "He makes me naughty too. Well, we ran away up the tree to Moonface's house. I got in safely, but Moonface didn't, and Mr. What's-his-name caught hold of him and threw him right through the hole in the clouds to the land that is there today."
"Good gracious! Well, can't he get back?" said Frannie in alarm. "He can climb down the ladder, surely, back into the tree."
"Yes, he could," said Silky. "But you see, Mr. What's-his-name is sitting on the ladder, ready to catch him and throw him back. So what's the use of that?"
"What land is up there today?" asked Joe.
"The land of the old Saucepan Man," said Silky. "He lives there in his cottage with his pots and pans, and he's quite harmless. But, you see, Mr. What's-his-name will sit on the ladder till the land swings round and another one comes, and then Moonface won't be able to get back, and he may be lost forever."
"Oh dear," said Joe in dismay, and the girls stared at Silky in despair, for they were very fond of old Moonface now. "Isn't there anything we can do?" asked Joe at last.
"Well, there's just one hope," said Silky, fluffing out her lovely golden hair. "The old Saucepan Man is a great friend of Mr. What's-his-name. If he knew his land was at the top of the faraway tree today, he might come along and have a cup of tea with Mr. What's-his-name, and then Moonface could slip down the ladder back here."
"Oh," said the children and looked at one another. They could quite well see that this meant one or all of them going up the ladder again and getting into another peculiar land. "I'll go," said Beth. "After all, Moonface helped us last time. We must help him now." "We'll all three go," said Joe. So they set off up the topmost branch to the little ladder. There they found Mr. What's-his-name, sitting reading his newspaper and brewing a pot of tea that sent swirls of steam up through the hole in the clouds. "Please, can we pass?" asked Beth timidly.
"No, you can't,"
said Mr. What's-his-name rudely. "Well, we've got to," said Joe, "so if we tread on your feet, you must excuse us." Mr. What's-his-name simply wouldn't move. He really was a very cross old man. He grumbled and growled at each of the children as they squeezed past him, and they were very glad when they had climbed through the hole and were in the land above.
"So this is the land of the Saucepan Man,"
said Frannie, when they were standing on the grass safely. "What a funny little land!" It was. It was an island floating in what seemed a sea of white. It wasn't really much bigger than a large field. Beth went to the edge and looked over.
Goodness, she said in alarm. It's like a cliff, and the sea is a big white cloud. Don't go too near the edge, anybody. It wouldn't be nice to fall off. Hey! Hey! Suddenly yelled an excited voice. They turned around and saw Moonface waving to them and running hard towards them. Hey! How did you get here? Hello? We came to see what we could do for you, said Joe. We heard what happened. Old Mr. What's-his-name is sitting on the ladder still, waiting for you. But Silky says this is the land of the Saucepan Man, who is a great friend of Mr. What's-his-name. So we've come to see him and ask him if he'll go and have tea with his friend. Then you can slip down safely and go home. Ooh, good, said Moonface joyfully. I didn't know what land this was, and goodness me, I was quite afraid of falling off it. It's so small. Where do you suppose the old Saucepan Man lives? I can't imagine, said Joe, looking around. All he could see was a very large stretch of grass, with no house and nobody at all in sight. Where in the world could the Saucepan Man live? We'll have to go carefully all around this funny little land, said Beth. His house must be somewhere, but we'd better hurry, for you never know when the land will swing away from the faraway tree, and we don't want to live in this odd little place forever. They began to walk around the land. Presently they came to a cliff that was not quite so steep as the others. They peered over it. Joe pointed to some things stuck in the cliff. Whatever are those? He said. They look like some sort of steps down the cliffside, said Beth. They're saucepans, said Frannie suddenly. Yes, saucepans, with their handles stuck firmly into the cliff and the pan part to tread on. How strange. Well, this must be the way down to the Saucepan Man's house, said Joe, excited. Come on, be careful, girls, or you may fall and roll right over the edge of this land. So, very carefully, they began to climb down the cliff, treading on the saucepans stuck into the earth. It was really rather funny. They got down at last, and then they heard a very curious noise indeed. It was a sound of crashings and bangings and clatterings and clangings. The children were quite alarmed. The noise is coming from just around the corner, said Joe. They crept very cautiously to the corner and peeped round. There they saw a crooked little house with a saucepan for a chimney. The noise came from inside the house. The children crept to the window and looked in. And inside they saw the strangest little man they had ever seen, dancing the strangest little dance. He had saucepans and kettles hung all over him. He wore a saucepan for a hat, and he crashed 2 saucepans together as he danced. Do you think he's dangerous? Said Joe in a whisper. I don't think he's dangerous at all, said Frannie. He has quite a kind face. Let's tap at the window, said Beth. So she tapped. But the Saucepan Man took no notice. He just went on dancing away, crashing his saucepans together. Joe tapped, loudly. The Saucepan Man caught sight of him at the window and looked most astonished. He stopped dancing and went to the door. Oh, come in and dance, he said.
Oh, no, thank you, said Joe. We've just come to ask you to tea.
Ask me for a bee? Said the Saucepan Man, looking surprised. I'm so sorry, but I don't keep bees, only saucepans.
Not bees, said Joe. To ask you out to tea.
But I don't want to go to the sea, said the Saucepan Man. I don't like the water at all, never did. Very kind of you, I'm sure, but I hate the sea.
Not the sea, but tea, 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 cried Joe.
Oh, tea, said the Saucepan Man. Well, why didn't you say that before? Then I would have understood.
I did say that before, said poor Joe.
What? Shut the door? Said the Saucepan Man. Certainly, if you want to, give it a push.
He can't hear very well, said Frannie. He must be deaf.
No, I'm not,
said the Saucepan Man, hearing perfectly all of a sudden.
Not a bit deaf. Only sometimes, when my saucepans have been crashing round me rather a lot, I get noises in my ears afterwards. But I'm not deaf.
I'm glad of that, said Joe politely.
Cat? No, I haven't got a cat, said the Saucepan Man, looking all around. Did you see one?
I didn't say anything about a cat, said Joe patiently.
You did? I heard you, said the Saucepan Man, vexed. I don't encourage cats. I keep mice instead. I shall look for that cat.
And then, with his saucepans clanging all around him, he began to look for a cat that certainly wasn't there.
Puss, 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 he called. Puss, 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 puss.
There's no cat in your house, shouted Moonface.
Mouse? Where did you see a mouse? Said the old man, alarmed. I wouldn't like one of my mice to be caught by your cat.
I tell you, we haven't got a cat, cried Joe, feeling quite cross. We've come to tell you about your friend, Mr. What's-his-name. For once, the Saucepan Man seemed to hear Joe, and at once he stopped looking for the cat.
Mr. What's-his-name? He cried. Where is he? He's a great friend of mine.
Well, wouldn't you like to go and have tea with him then? Said Joe.
Yes, certainly I would, said the Saucepan Man. Please, tell me where he is.
He's sitting on the ladder, leading from the faraway tree to your land, shouted Joe. He's waiting there.
Yes, for me, said Moonface in a whisper.
Shh, said Frannie. The Saucepan Man gave a yell of joy when he heard where his old friend was, and he set off for the cliff, shouting in delight.
Hurrah! I've come to the faraway tree, and I can see my friends again. And Mr. What's-his-name is waiting for me to have tea with him. Come on, come on!
Up the cliff he went, treading on the saucepan steps, his own saucepans and kettles rattling and banging all around him. The children and Moonface followed. The Saucepan Man ran helter-skelter to the hole that led down to the topmost branch of the faraway tree, dropping a few saucepans on the way. When he got there, he peered down and saw Mr. What's-his-name sitting on the ladder, watching for Moonface. But the Saucepan Man didn't know that, of course. He thought that his friend was waiting for him.
Hey, 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 hey,
he yelled, dropping a saucepan on top of Mr. What's-his-name in his excitement.
Hey, old friend!
Mr. What's-his-name watched the saucepan bouncing off his foot down the branch of the faraway tree and wondered who it would hit. He looked up in amazement when he heard his friend's shouts.
Saucepan!
He yelled. Dear old saucepan! Fancy seeing you!
Glue?
Said the Saucepan Man, suddenly hearing all wrong again.
Glue? No, I've not got any glue with me. But I can soon make some for you.
Still the same silly old saucepan, aren't you? Cried Mr. What's-his-name. Come down here. I didn't say anything about glue. Come and have a cup of tea with me. The kettle's boiling.
But I don't want oiling,
said the Saucepan Man. Though he really sounded as if he did. He was so full of clangs and clatters.
I'll come and have tea and a talk with you, hurrah!
He put his foot on the ladder, but unfortunately he stepped on a kettle that had got round his leg, and down he went, clatter, bang, crash, smash, clang. Mr. What's-his-name caught at him as he went past, and down he went too, rolling off the ladder, down the branch, past Moonface's door, and down the tree. There they go, said Moonface in delight. All mixed up with kettles and saucepans. What a joke. They'll give old Dame Wash-a-Lot a fright if they fall into her wash-tub. The children laughed till they cried. The old Saucepan Man was really so funny,
and they couldn't imagine what people in the tree would think as he rolled down with such a clanging and banging. "It's quite safe to go down now," said Joe, peering down the ladder. "They've disappeared. I shouldn't wonder if they're at the bottom of the tree by now. Come on, Moonface." So down the ladder they all went, slid down the topmost branch, and opened Moonface's door. Silky was still there, looking scared out of her life. She gave a scream of joy when she saw them. "Why are you looking so frightened?" asked Moonface, giving her a hug. "Oh, goodness, a thunderbolt or something fell out of the sky just now and rolled crashing down the tree," said Silky. "That was only the Saucepan Man and Mr. What's-his-name," said Joe, laughing, and he told her the whole story. Silky laughed till her sides ached. She ran out of the door and peeped down the tree. "Look," she said, pointing. "Can you see far down there between the branches?" They all looked, and they saw Mr. What's-his-name and the old Saucepan Man climbing painfully up to Mr. What's-his-name's home, both talking together at the top of their voices. "They've forgotten all about us," said Joe joyfully. "Now, for goodness sake, Moonface, don't go putting acorns into Mr. What's-his-name's mouth again. Let's have something to eat, and then we must go home down your slippery slip." So they all five sat round Moonface's funny room and ate some popcakes that Silky fetched, and drank acornade, which was made of acorns and was most delicious. Then it was time for the children to go, and they chose cushions, sat at the top of the big tree slide, pushed off and flew down the inside of the tree, sliding round and round and round, till they shot out of the trap door at the bottom onto the cushion of moss. Then they ran home as fast as they could, for they were late. "I expect the old Saucepan Man's gone back to his odd little land by now," said Joe as they turned in at their gate. But he hadn't. He came to see them the very next day, his saucepans clanging so loudly that Mother looked quite alarmed. "Whoever in the world is that?" she said. Mother and the children stared at the strange old Saucepan Man as he came in at the gate. He wore an extra-large-sized saucepan for a hat, and as he came, he knocked 2 pans together and sang an odd nonsense song that went like this.
2 beans for a pudding, 2 cherries for a pie, 2 legs for a table, with a high-diddle-high.
At the last high, he banged on the door with a saucepan. Mother opened it. "Don't make such a noise," she said.
"No, I haven't seen any boys,"
said the Saucepan Man, and he clashed his pans together so loudly that Mother jumped. Then he caught sight of the children and waved to them eagerly.
"Oh, there you are! Moonface told me where you live."
"Whoever is he?" said Mother in wonder. "Children, is this strange old man all right?" "Oh, yes," said Joe, hoping that Mother wouldn't ask them too many questions. "Can we take him into the garden, Mother? He makes such a noise indoors." "Oh, very well," said Mother, who wanted to get on with her washing. "Take him along."
"A song?"
said the Saucepan Man obligingly.
"Did you say you wanted a song, madam?"
He began to sing again and crashed his pans in time to his song.
2 pigs for the pigsty, 2 shoes for the horse, 2 hats for the tigers, pink ones, of course.
The children bustled him out into the back garden. "That's a very, very silly song of yours," said Beth loudly, right into his ear. "What's it called?"
"It hasn't got a name," said the Saucepan Man. "I make it up as I go along. It's quite easy. Every line but the last one begins with the word 2. I'm sorry you think it's silly."
He looked rather offended. Then suddenly he smiled again and said,
"I've come to ask you all to tea in my cottage."
"Will Mr. What's-his-name be there?" said Joe, who wasn't at all keen to meet him again.
"Yes, you'd better brush your hair,"
said the Saucepan Man, looking at Joe's untidy hair. "I said, will Mr. What's-his-name be there?" said Joe loudly.
Something in the air,
said the Saucepan Man, and he looked up anxiously.
Not a thunderstorm, I hope.
No, I certainly don't mean a thunderstorm, said Joe with a groan. Yes, we'll come. We must ask Mother first. Mother said they could go, though she still thought that the old Saucepan Man was very loud and very annoying. Good day, she said to him as he and the children went off. He really was a most peculiar sight, but he had such a twinkly sort of face that the 3 children couldn't help liking him and trusting him. They soon came to the faraway tree, and saw that Moonface had thought of a marvellous idea. He had borrowed Dame Washalot's biggest washing basket and let it down on a rope. Then, as soon as they were all safely in it, he and Silky meant to haul them up, to save them the long, long climb. "That's a really good idea," said Joe, delighted. They all climbed in. It was a bit difficult to get the Saucepan Man in too, but they managed at last, though he seemed to find it most uncomfortable to sit on his saucepans. "Up we go!" shouted Joe, as the basket swung upwards through the branches. It ran very smoothly, and the children enjoyed the strange ride. At last they came to a big branch and stepped out onto it. It was quite near Moonface's house at the top. Moonface was there, winding up the rope, a big grin on his shining face. "How did you like that?" he asked. The Saucepan Man looked at him anxiously. "Cat?" he said. "Another cat? Oh, dear me! I do hope it won't escape into my land. I've got my mice there." "Oh, now he'll go looking for cats again," said Beth. And sure enough, the Saucepan Man began to peer here and there, calling, "Puss, puss, 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 puss." "Never mind him," said Moonface. "Go on up the ladder. He wants you to go to tea with him in his funny saucepan-y house." "Come on, Saucepan Man," called Joe. "If you want us to come to tea, we'd better go." The Saucepan Man heard. He stopped looking for cats and ran up the ladder. With a bound he was through the hole in the cloud and right above. And no sooner had he gone out of sight than he began to yell, "Ooh, ow, ooh, ooh, ow, ooh, ooh." The children listened in alarm. "Whatever's the matter with him?" said Joe. "Crash, bang, clang, smash." "Oh, he sounds as if he's rolling about on all his kettles and saucepans," said Beth. "What can he be doing?" "Ooh, ooh, ooh, ow, ooh," shouted the Saucepan Man above them. "Ooh, stop it! Ooh, ow, ooh, stop it!" "Somebody must be attacking him," cried Joe. He leapt up the ladder. "Come on, everyone. We'll soon send any enemies off." He shot up the ladder, followed by Beth, Frannie, and Moonface. They all clambered through the hole in the clouds and stood in the land above. But oh, my goodness me! It was no longer the land of the Saucepan Man, that tiny, little, cloud-edged country. It was another land altogether. "My land's gone!" shrieked the Saucepan Man. "I didn't know it had! This is somewhere else! Ooh, ow!" No wonder he said, "Ooh, ow!" The bit of flat field he was standing on suddenly gave a shiver like jelly, and then, just as suddenly, tipped itself up so that it made a hill. The Saucepan Man rolled down it at top speed, all his pans clattering like cymbals. "This is rocking land," said Moonface in dismay. "Quick, come back to the ladder and get down the hole before we haven't forgotten where it is. Hey, Saucepan Man, come over here to us." "Bus, did you say? Bus?" shouted back the Saucepan Man, picking himself up and looking around. "I can't see a bus. I'd like to catch one." "Come here to us, to us, to us," shouted Joe in despair. "The hole through the clouds is here. We must get back again quickly." The Saucepan Man began to run downhill to them, But the ground all around him suddenly tipped backwards, and he and the children and Moonface found themselves running downhill, away from the hole in the clouds, where the precious ladder was. They tried to stop. They tried to walk back up the sudden hill, but the land tipped up all the more, and in the end they couldn't stand up. They had to lie down. Then they began to roll downhill. How they rolled, over and over and over and over, with the Saucepan Man making a dreadful clatter with all his pans. "Ooh, ow, ooh, ow!" cried everyone. "We've lost the hole!" shouted Joe. But before he could say any more, he bumped into a bush that knocked all the breath out of him. Soon everyone lay in a heap at the bottom of the hill and tried to get back their breath. Oh, now we're in a fix," said Beth, dusting herself. "What a very tiresome land to have got into. Does it do this sort of thing all the time, Moonface?" "Oh, yes," said Moonface. "It never stops. It heaves up here and sinks down there and rocks to and fro and gives sudden little jumps. People do say there's a giant just underneath, trying to throw the land off his back." The rocking land was really most annoying. No sooner did the children stand up very carefully and try to walk a few steps than the earth beneath them either fell away or tipped up or slanted sideways in a very alarming manner. Then down they all went, rolling over and over. The Saucepan Man made a tremendous noise and almost cried when he saw how battered his saucepans and kettles were getting. "Moonface!" yelled Joe. "How can we get out of here? Don't you know?" "We can only get out by going down the ladder that leads to the faraway tree," shouted back Moonface, who was busy rolling down a little hill that had suddenly appeared. "Look for it all the time, or we'll never get away from here. As soon as the rocking land leaves the place where the faraway tree is, we've no escape." That gave the others a shock. The thought of living in a land of bumps and jolts was not at all pleasant. They all began to look about for the hole through which they had come into the rocking land. Soon, the earth began to do something very different. It heaved up and down very quickly, as if it were breathing fast. When it heaved up, it threw the children and the others into the air. When it breathed downwards, they rolled into holes and stayed there. It was all dreadfully uncomfortable. "I'm getting awfully bruised," shouted Beth. "For goodness sake, let's find a place on this land where it's not quite so fidgety. I think we must be on the worst bit." As soon as the earth stopped heaving about, they all ran hard to where a wood grew. And there, just inside the wood, they saw a shop. It was such a surprising thing to see in the rocking land that they all stopped and stared. "What does it sell?" said Joe.
"You don't feel well?"
said the Saucepan Man, quite deaf for a time.
"I don't either. I feel as if I've been on a ship in a very rough sea."
"I said, what does the shop sell?" said Joe.
"No, I didn't hear a bell,"
said the Saucepan Man, looking round as if he expected to see an enormous bell somewhere. Joe gave up. He looked hard at the shop. It was just a wide stall, with a tiny house behind it. No one seemed to be there, but smoke rose from the chimney. So someone must live there, thought Joe. "Come on," he said to the others. "Take hold of each other's hands so that we keep together. We'll go and see this funny shop and see if we can't get help." They walked up to it. The stall was piled high with cushions of all colours, each one with a rope tied on it. "How funny," said Beth in astonishment. "Cushions with ropes. Now who in the world would want to buy cushions here?" "Well, I would for one,"
said Moonface at once. "My goodness! If I had a fine fat cushion tied on the front of me and another tied at the back, I wouldn't mind being bumped around nearly so much." "Of course! That's what the cushions and ropes are for," said Beth joyfully. "Let's buy some, then we shan't get bruised any more." Just then, a sharp-nosed little woman, with cushions tied all around her, came out of the tiny house and looked at the children. She even had a small cushion tied on her head. She did look funny. Frannie giggled. She was a dreadful giggler. The woman looked cross and glared at Frannie. "Do you want to buy my cushions?" she asked. "Yes, please," said Moonface, and reached into his pocket. "How much are they?" "5 silver pieces of money each," said the woman, her little green eyes shining as she saw Moonface putting his hand into his pocket for the money. Moonface looked at her in dismay. "That's much too high a price," he said. "I've only got 1 silver piece. Have you got any money, Saucepan Man?"
"No, I don't sell honey,"
said the Saucepan Man. "Money, money, money!" shouted Moonface, showing the Saucepan Man his 1 silver piece.
"Oh, money!"
he said, taking out a round leather bag from one of his kettles.
Yes, I've got plenty in here."
But the round leather bag was empty. The Saucepan Man stared at it in dismay.
"All my money must have fallen out when I rolled about," he said. "There's nothing left."
The children had no money at all. The sharp-nosed little woman shook her head when Moonface begged her to lend them some cushions in return for his silver piece. "I don't lend anything," she said, and went back to her house, banging the door loudly. "Oh, it's too bad," said Moonface, taking hold of Joe's hand and walking off gloomily. "Mean old thing! Oh, look! There are some more people, all wearing cushions." Sure enough, they met plenty of odd-looking folk, well padded with cushions of all colours, sizes and shapes, walking carefully about the paths. One man wore a big quilt all around him, which Beth thought was a fine idea. "The rocking land is quite peaceful for a change," she said to Frannie. But she spoke too soon, for even as she said these words, the earth began to heave up, first one way and then the other. Over went the children and everybody else. They all rolled here and there, up and down, as the land jumped up first in one place and then in another. "Oh, ow!" groaned the children. "Wish I had a few cushions," cried Moonface, who had rolled on his nose and bent it sideways. Crash, clank, bang, went the Saucepan Man, rolling on his kettles and pans very noisily. "Oh, look!" shrieked Beth suddenly in delight, and pointed back towards the little wood where the shop was. The earth there had risen steeply upwards, and all the cushions were rolling down towards the children. "Grab them!" shouted Joe. So they all caught the cushions and began to tie them firmly round them. My goodness, it did make a difference when they rolled about.
"It serves that mean old woman right,"
said the Saucepan Man, as he tried his hardest to put cushions round himself and his saucepans. Suddenly, one of the people of the rocking land gave a frightened shout and clutched hold of a nearby tree. A strange wind blew with a low, musical sound. "Now what's going to happen?" cried Moonface. "Get hold of a tree! Get hold of a tree!" shouted the people round about. "When the wind makes that sound, it means the whole of the land is going to tip up sideways and try to roll everyone off. Your only hope is to catch hold of a tree." Sure enough, the land was tipping up, not in bits and pieces as it had done before, but the whole of it. It was extraordinary. Moonface was frightened. He tried to get to a tree, and he shouted to the others, "Catch hold of a tree! Hurry up!"
But not one of them could, for they had left the wood behind them and were in a field. Slowly and surely the land tipped sideways, and the children and Moonface and the old Saucepan Man began to roll downhill on their cushions. They were not bruised, but they were very much frightened. What would happen to them if they rolled right off the land? Down they went and down, nearer and nearer to the edge of the rocking land. And then quite suddenly, Moonface disappeared. One moment he was there, the next he was gone. It was most peculiar. But in half a minute they heard his voice, lifted up in the greatest excitement. I say, everyone! I've fallen down the hole to the ladder that leads to the faraway tree, quite by accident. I'll throw my cushions up through the hole so you'll know where it is. Roll to it if you can, but hurry. Then the children and the Saucepan Man saw 2 cushions appear, and they knew where the hole was. They did their best to roll to it, and one by one they got nearer and nearer. Beth rolled right down it, plop, and caught hold of the ladder as she fell. Joe rolled down next, missed the ladder and landed with a bump on the top branch of the faraway tree. The Saucepan Man rolled to it next, but he got stuck in the hole, for he was now so fat with cushions, as well as kettles and saucepans, that he could hardly get through. "Oh, quick! Quick, quick!" shouted Joe. "Get in, Saucepan Man! Get in! Poor Frannie will roll right past the hole if you don't hurry up." The Saucepan Man saw Frannie rolling past. Poor Frannie! Once she rolled past the hole, she couldn't possibly roll back again, for it would be all uphill. Quick as lightning, the Saucepan Man reached out his hand and caught hold of one of the ropes that tied Frannie's cushions to her back. She stopped with a jolt. One of the Saucepan Man's kettles gave way, and he fell through the hole to the ladder, making a tremendous noise. Moonface caught him, and then the Saucepan Man gave a tug at Frannie's rope, and she came down the hole too, landing softly on the top branch of the faraway tree, for she was well padded with her cushions. "Well, thank goodness you found the hole, Moonface," said everyone, still looking rather scared. "What an adventure!" Nobody had really enjoyed their visit to the rocking land, which had been a mistake anyhow. They sat in Moonface's house, untying their cushions from their backs and fronts, and looking at all the bruises they had got. "What shall we do with all these cushions?" said Beth. "Moonface could do with them, I expect," said Frannie. "He uses such a lot for his slippery slip, don't you, Moonface?" "Yes, they do very well," said Moonface, his big face beaming joyfully. "Some of mine are getting very old and worn. We can't possibly give them back to that cross old woman in the rocking land, so we might as well put them to some use here." "Right," said Joe, and he handed Moonface his 2 cushions. Everyone else did the same. Moonface was pleased. He poured lemonade for everyone, then handed round a little box full of what looked like all sorts of toffee. "I don't feel as if I ever want to see what land is at the top of the faraway tree again," said Joe, as he munched a peculiar piece of toffee which seemed to get bigger in his mouth instead of smaller. "Neither do I," said Beth. "I certainly never will," said Frannie. "It seems as if there are never any lands there worth visiting. They are all most uncomfortable." "Except my little land," said the Saucepan Man rather mournfully. "I was always very comfortable there." Joe's toffee was now so big that he couldn't say a word. Then it suddenly exploded in his mouth, went to nothing, and left him feeling most astonished. "Oh dear! Did you take a toffee shock?" said Moonface, noticing Joe's surprised face. "I'm so sorry. Take a different one." "No, thank you," said Joe, feeling that one toffee shock was quite enough. "I think we'd really better be going. It must be getting late." "What's going to happen to the old Saucepan Man now that he's lost his land?" asked Beth, picking up a yellow cushion ready to slide down the tree. "Oh, he'll live with Mr. What's-his-name," said Moonface. "Hello! He's taken a toffee shock by mistake. Oh, do watch him." They all watched. The Saucepan Man's toffee shock had got enormous. It was about to explode. It did, and went back down to nothing again in his mouth. The Saucepan Man blinked his eyes and looked so astonished that everyone shouted with laughter. "That was a toffee shock you were eating," said Moonface. "A coffee clock?" said the Saucepan Man, even more surprised. "Oh, dear me." "Come on," said Beth, giggling. "It's time we went. See you another day, Moonface. Goodbye, Saucepan Man." She shot off down the slide, round and out of the trapdoor at the bottom. Then Frannie slid off, and then Joe. "Goodbye," he called. "Goodbye." Mother was astonished to see their bruises. "Oh, whatever have you been doing?" she said. "I shan't let you play with the Saucepan Man again if you come home like this. And how dirty your clothes are." Joe longed to tell Mother about the rocking land and their adventure there, but he felt sure she would think he was making it all up. So he said nothing and went off to change his dirty clothes. Things did not go very well the next week. Father lost some money one night, and Mother could not get very much washing to do. So money was very scarce, and the children did not have as much to eat as they would have liked. "Oh, if only we could have a few hens," sighed Mother. "They would at least give us eggs to eat, and a little goat would give us milk." "And what I want is a new garden shovel," said Father. "Mine broke yesterday, and I can't get on with the garden. It's very important that we should grow as many vegetables as possible, for we can't afford to buy them." To make things worse, their father was very cross with them for having spoilt their clothes the day they had gone off with the Saucepan Man. "If that's the way you treat the only nice clothes you have, well, you will just have to stay at home and not go out at all," he scolded. The children did not like being scolded, and Beth mended their clothes as nicely as she could. 2 weeks went by, and the children had not even had 2 hours to themselves to go and see Moonface. "He'll be wondering what has happened to us," said Frannie. Moonface certainly was wondering. He had waited each day and each night to see the children, and he and Silky wondered what was the matter. "We'll send the barn owl with a note to tell the children to come quickly," said Silky at last. So she slipped down the faraway tree to the hole where the barn owl lived. She knocked at his door, and he pecked it open.
Who is it?"
he asked in a hoarse voice. "Oh, Barney dear, will you take this note to the children at the little cottage over by the wood?" said Silky in her sweetest voice. "You're going out hunting tonight, aren't you?"
"Yes,"
said the barn owl, and he took the note in one of his great clawed feet.
"I'll take it."
He slammed the door shut behind him and rose into the air on great creamy wings, as silent as the wind. He flew to the children's cottage. They were in bed asleep. Barney sat on the tree outside and screeched loudly. The children awoke with a jump.
"Whatever's that?"
said Beth. Joe came into the room.
"Did you hear that?"
he asked. "Whatever could it be?" The barn owl screeched again. He certainly had a dreadful voice. The children jumped. Joe went bravely to the window and looked out. "Is anyone being hurt?" he called. Screeched the owl again, and Joe nearly fell out of the window with fright. The barn owl spread his great soft wings and flew to Joe. He dropped the note onto the windowsill, screeched again, and flew off into the night to look for mice and rats. "It was a barn owl," said Joe. "It left a note. Quick, turn on your bedside lamp and let's see what the letter says." They turned the lamp on and crowded round the note. This is what it said. Dear Joe, Beth and Frannie, why don't you come to see us? Are you upset? Please come soon, because there is a wonderful land at the top of the tree now. It is the land of take what you want. If you want anything, you can usually get it there for nothing. Do come, and we'll all go together. Love from Moonface and Silky.
"Ooh!" said Frannie, excited. "The land of take what you want. Well, I'd like to get a few hens."
"And I'd like a goat," said Beth. "And I'd like a new shovel for Father," said Joe. But then he frowned. "I'd quite made up my mind not to go into any more of those strange lands," he said. "You just never know what might happen there. We'd better not go."
"Oh, Joe!"
cried Beth. "Please let's go. After all, if there is a nice land there, we might as well visit it." "Shh! You'll wake up Mother," said Joe. "We'll see tomorrow what happens. If we can get some time to ourselves, we'll go and ask Moonface if the land really is safe to go to. Now we'd better go to bed and sleep." But they didn't sleep much. No, they were all wondering what the land of take what you want was like, and if they were really going to visit it tomorrow. The next day was very fine. The children helped their mother to clean the whole house, and Joe proudly brought in some fine green beans and lettuces from the garden, which he had grown himself. Mother was pleased. "You can go off and play after lunch if you like," she said. "You have been very good today." The children looked at one another in glee. Just what they had hoped for. Good. "Come on," said Joe after lunch. "We won't waste any time." "What about something to drink?" said Beth. "Shouldn't we take some lemonade with us?" "I should think we can get lemonade all right from the land of take what you want," said Joe with a grin. So they all ran off, waving to Mother as they went. They were soon in the Enchanted Wood, hearing the trees whispering secretly to one another. Wish-a, wish-a, wish-a. They ran through the bushes and trees to the faraway tree, and up they went. When they passed the window of the angry pixie, Joe peeped in, just for fun. But he was sorry he did, for the angry pixie was there, and he threw a bowl of cold soup all over poor Joe.
"Oh!"
said Joe in dismay, as he saw his shirt all splashed with soup. "You wicked pixie!" The angry pixie went off into peals of delighted laughter and banged his window shut.
"Phew!
You do smell of onions, Joe," said Beth, wrinkling up her nose. "I hope the smell soon wears off." Joe wiped himself down with his handkerchief. He said to himself that one day he would pay the angry pixie back.
"Come on,"
said Frannie impatiently.
"We'll never get there."
They passed the barn owl's door and saw him sitting inside, fast asleep. They came to Silky's little yellow door too, but she wasn't in. There was a note pinned on her door which said, "Out, back soon." "She must be with Moonface," said Joe. "Now just look out for Dame Washalot's water, everyone." It was a good thing he reminded them, for not long after that, a fine waterfall of soapy suds came pouring down. Frannie screamed and dodged, so did Beth. Joe got some on his shirt, and he was very cross.
"Never mind,"
said Frannie with a giggle. "It will wash off some of the onion soup, Joe." They went on up and came to Mr. What's-his-name's. He was, as usual, sitting in a deck chair, fast asleep, with his mouth open. And beside him, also fast asleep, was the old Saucepan Man, looking most uncomfortable, draped round as usual with saucepans and kettles.
"Shh, don't wake them," whispered Joe. "We'd better not stop and talk."
So they crept by them, but just as they had got to the next branch, the Saucepan Man woke up. He sniffed hard. He jabbed Mr. What's-his-name.
"What's the matter? What's the matter?"
said his friend.
"Can you smell onions?" asked the Saucepan Man. "I distinctly smell them. Do you suppose the faraway tree is growing onions anywhere near us today? I love onion soup."
Joe and the girls laughed till they cried. "It's the onion soup on your shirt that the Saucepan Man smelt," said Beth. "My goodness, they'll spend all afternoon looking for onions growing on the faraway tree." They left the two funny old men and went climbing up. And they got nicely caught by Dame Washalot's second lot of water. She was doing a great deal of washing that day, and she emptied a big wash-tub down just as the three children were nearly underneath. Slishy, sloshy, slishy, sloshy. The water came pouring down and soaked all the children. They gasped and shook themselves like dogs. "Oh, quick," said Joe. "We will go as fast as we can to Moonface's house and borrow some towels from him. This is dreadful." They arrived at Moonface's at last. Moonface and Silky rushed out to hug them, but when they saw how dripping wet the children were, they stopped in surprise. "Is it raining?" said Moonface.
"Have you had a bath in your clothes?"
asked Silky. "No, it's just Dame Washalot's water as usual," said Joe crossly. "We dodged the first lot, but didn't manage to dodge the second lot. Can you lend us your towels?" Moonface grinned and pulled some towels out of his curved cupboard. As the children rubbed themselves down, Moonface told them all about the land of Take What You Want. "It's a marvellous land," he said. "You are allowed to wander all over it and take whatever you want for yourselves, without paying a penny. Everyone goes there if they can. Do come and visit it with me and Silky." "Is it quite safe there?" asked Joe, rubbing his hair dry.
"Oh, yes,"
said Silky. "The only thing is that we must be careful not to stay too long there, in case it leaves the faraway tree and we can't get down. But Moonface says he will sit by the ladder and give a loud whistle if he sees any sign of the land moving away." "Oh, good," said Joe. "Well, there are plenty of things we want, so let's go now, shall we?" They all climbed up the topmost branch to the great white cloud. The ladder led through the hole as usual to the land above. One by one they climbed it, and stood in the strange country above the magic cloud. It was strange indeed. It was simply crowded with things and people. It was quite difficult to move about. Animals of all kinds wandered here and there. Sacks of all sorts of things, from gold to potatoes, stood about. Stools of the most wonderful vegetables and fruit were everywhere. And even such things as chairs and tables were to be found, wanting for anyone to take them. "Good gracious," said Joe. "Can we really take anything we want?" "Anything," said Moonface, settling himself down by the ladder in the cloud. "Look at those gnomes over there. They mean to take all the gold they can find." The children looked where Moonface was pointing. Sure enough, there were 4 gnomes, hauling at all the sacks of gold in sight. One by one they staggered off to the ladder with them and disappeared down to the faraway tree. Other fairy folk hunted for the different things they wanted: dresses, coats, shoes, singing birds, pictures, all kinds of things. As soon as they had found what they were looking for, they rushed off to the ladder in glee and slipped down it. Moonface found it fun to watch them. The others wandered off, looking at everything in surprise. Do you want a nice fat lion, Joe? Asked Silky, as a large lion wandered by and licked Silky's hand. No, thank you, said Joe at once. Well, what about a giraffe? Said Silky. I believe they make fine pets. You believe wrong, then, said Beth, as a tall giraffe galloped past like a giant rocking horse. Nobody in their senses would want to keep a giraffe for a pet. Oh, look! Cried Frannie, as she came to a shop in which stood a great many large and beautiful clocks. Do let's take a clock back home. No, thank you, said Joe. We know what we want and we'll take that and nothing else. I think I should like a clock, said Silky. And she picked up a small clock with a very nice smiley face. It had 2 feet underneath, which wiggled hard as Silky picked up the clock. It wants to walk, said Beth with a scream of laughter. Oh, let it, Silky. I've never seen a clock walk before. Silky put the clock down, and it trotted beside them on its big flat feet. The children thought it was the funniest thing they had ever seen. Silky was very pleased with her new clock. It was the kind that chimed every hour, on the hour, and sometimes in between too. And it had to be wound up with a key every night to keep it ticking. Just what I've always wanted, she said. I shall keep it at the back of my room. You don't suppose it will stay there, do you, Silky? Asked Beth. It will wander round and about and poke its nose into everything you're doing. And if it doesn't like you, it will run away. Ding dong! Ding dong! Said the clock suddenly, in a clear voice, making them all jump. It stopped walking when it chimed, but it ran after the children and Silky again at once. It was really a most extraordinary clock. Now we really must look for what we want, said Joe. Are those hens over there, Beth? Yes, they are, said Beth. Good. Come along and we'll get them. Oh, this is really a lovely land. I am glad we came. What fun it will be getting everything we want. I do wonder what Mother will say when we get home. The children went over to the hens that Joe had seen. They were lovely ones, but a very peculiar colour, for their wings were pale green and the rest of their feathers were buttercup yellow. They had funny high voices and were very friendly indeed, for they came to press themselves round the children's legs like cats. Do you suppose Mother would like hens this colour? Asked Joe doubtfully. I don't see why not, said Beth. I think they're very pretty. The thing is, do they lay good eggs? One of the hens at once laid an egg. It was large and quite an ordinary colour. Beth was pleased. There you are, she said. If they lay eggs as big as this one, Mother will be very pleased. How many hens are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I wonder how we could take them all. Oh, they'll follow you, said Silky, just like my clock follows me. Tell them you want them and they'll come. We want you to come with us, hens, said Joe at once. And the 7 green-winged birds came over to him and lined up in a row to follow the children. It really was very funny. Well, that's our hens found, said Beth, pleased. Now for the goat and the shovel. They wandered along, looking at everything. It didn't matter what anyone wanted. They were sure to find it sooner or later. There were boats there, all kinds of dogs, shopping baskets, rings, toys, work baskets, and even such small things as thimbles. It's the strangest land I ever saw, said Joe. We look pretty strange too, said Frannie, giggling, as she looked round and saw the 7 hens and the big clock padding along behind them. Oh, look! There's the dearest, prettiest white goat I ever saw. Oh, do let's take her. Sure enough, not far off was a lovely white nanny goat with soft brown eyes and perky ears. She looked quite ordinary except for 2 blue spots by her tail. "Little white goat, come with us," cried Frannie. And the goat trotted up at once. It took its place behind the hens, but it didn't seem to like the clock, which bumped into it every now and again just to tease it. "Don't do that, clock," said Silky. "I hope your clock won't be a nuisance," said Beth. "I think it likes acting silly." "Now for the garden shovel," said Joe, as he suddenly saw a fine, strong shovel standing up against a fence with some other garden tools. "What about this one, girls? This looks strong enough for Father, doesn't it?" He took hold of it and jabbed it into the ground. It was just the right sort. Joe put it over his shoulder, and the 4 of them grinned happily at each other. "We've got everything we want," said Joe. "Come on, we'll go back to old Moonface, and then we'll take some cakes to eat at home." So, followed by the 7 hens, the white goat, and the clock, the 4 of them made their way back to where they had left Moonface. But he wasn't sitting where they had left him. He was pulling at a lovely rug, which was hanging from a tree. It was perfectly round, with a hole in the middle. "Hello! Hello!" yelled Moonface as he saw them. "Look what I've got! Just what I've always wanted for my round tree room. A round rug with a hole in the middle where the slippery slip begins. Wonderful!" "But Moonface, you said you'd watch to see that the land of Take What You Want kept by the faraway tree all right, didn't you?" said Silky anxiously. "Where is the hole that leads down to the tree?" "Oh, it's somewhere over there," said Moonface, draping the rug around him and staggering off. "Come on, we're sure to find it." But they didn't. It had gone. For the land of Take What You Want had moved away from the faraway tree. "Moonface, that's very bad of you," said Joe anxiously. "You did promise." Moonface looked worried and pale. He hunted about for the hole, but there was no hole to be seen. He began to shake with fright. "Oh, I've got you all into a terrible fix," he said in a trembling voice. "Here we are, stuck in a land where there's everything we want, and the only thing we want is to get away." Everyone looked upset. This was just too bad. "I feel cross with you, Moonface," said Joe in a stern voice. "You said you'd keep guard and you didn't. I don't think you are much of a friend." "And I am ashamed of you too, Moonface," said Silky, who had tears in her eyes. "We'll find someone to help us," said Moonface gloomily. And they all set off, followed by their hens, their goat, and the clock, which kept striking 4 o'clock. Nobody knew why. But now they found a very curious thing. There didn't seem to be anyone at all in the land of Take What You Want. All the gnomes, the pixies, and the elves had gone. "Oh, they must have known the land was going to move off," said Moonface with a groan. "And they all slipped down the ladder in time. Oh, why did I ever leave it?" They wandered all over the land, which was not really very large, but was more crowded with things and animals than anywhere they had ever seen. "I can't think what to do," said Silky. "It's true that there is everything here we want. We shan't starve, but it isn't the sort of place we want to live in forever." They walked here and there, and then suddenly they came to something they hadn't noticed before. It was a large and shining airplane. The kind that was open-topped, so that you could see all round when you sat inside.
"Ooh," said Joe, his eyes gleaming. "Look at that! How I wish I could fly an airplane."
"Can you fly one, Moonface?" Moonface shook his head. Silky shook hers too. "That's no good then," said Joe with a sigh. "I thought we might fly away from this land in the airplane." He climbed up into the airplane and had a good look at it. There were 5 handles there. One had a label on it that said, "Up." Another had a label that said, "Down." A third one that said, "Straight on." And a 4th and 5th said, "To the right" and "To the left." Joe stared at the handles in excitement. "I believe I could fly this airplane," he said. "I do believe I could. It looks quite easy." "No, Joe, don't," said Beth in alarm. But Joe had pressed the handle labelled "Up," and before anyone could say another word, the shining airplane had risen upwards with Joe, leaving the others staring open-mouthed on the ground below. "Now Joe's gone," said Frannie, and burst into tears. The airplane rose up and up. It circled round when Joe pressed the handle labelled "To the right." It flew straight on when he pressed the 3rd handle, and it flew down when he pressed the down handle. It was just as easy as that. Joe flew neatly to the ground and landed not far away from the others. They rushed to him, shouting and laughing. "Joe, Joe! Did you really fly it yourself?" "Well, you saw me," said Joe, beaming at everyone and feeling tremendously proud. "It's quite easy. Get in, everyone, and we'll fly off. Maybe we'll come to somewhere that Moonface knows if we fly long enough." They all got in. Beth packed the 7 squawking hens at the back and sat the white goat on her knee. The shovel went on the floor. The clock made a nuisance of itself because it wouldn't stay where it was put, but kept climbing over everybody's feet to look out of the window. Silky began to wish she hadn't brought it. "Ready?" asked Joe, pressing the handle marked "Up." And up they went. What a lovely feeling it was. They really couldn't help feeling excited. Silky's clock got terribly excited too. It chimed 29 without stopping. "I shan't wind you up tonight if you don't keep quiet," said Silky suddenly. And that finished the clock. It lay down in a corner and didn't say another ding or another dong. "Where are we off to, I wonder?" said Beth. But nobody knew. Joe flew the airplane very well indeed. As soon as he was high enough, he pressed the straight-on handle and the shining airplane flew forward. The children leaned over the side to see what they were flying over. They had soon passed the land of Take What You Want and came to a strange, desolate country where no trees or grass grew and not a house was to be seen. "That's the country of loneliness," said Moonface, peering over. "Don't land there, Joe. Fly on." Joe flew on. Once he came to an enormous hill, and he had to quickly press the handle marked "Up," or the airplane would have flown straight into it. But otherwise, it really was great fun. Joe had no idea that it was so easy to fly. The little white goat on Beth's knee was as good as gold. It licked Beth's cheek every now and then, just as if it were a dog. The hens were good and quiet, and the clock lay perfectly still. The airplane flew over a land of great towers and castles. "Giant land," said Silky, looking in wonder at the enormous buildings. "I hope we don't land there." "Rather not," said Joe, and he pressed the straight-on handle down still further, so that the airplane flew forward like a bird, faster and faster. The children's hair streamed backwards, and as for Silky's mop of golden hair, it looked like a field of buttercups blown in the wind. Over the land of Lollipop they went, and over the country of Flop. And then the airplane began to make a funny noise. "Hello," said Joe. "What's wrong?" "I believe the airplane's tired," said Moonface. "It sounds out of breath." "Don't be silly, Moonface," said Joe. "Airplanes don't get out of breath." "This kind does," said Moonface. "Can't you hear it panting?" It certainly seemed as if the airplane was panting. It went. "Had we better go down and give it a rest?" said Joe. "Yes," said Moonface, peering over the side. "It seems safe enough. I don't know what land this is, but it looks quite ordinary. There's a big green house down below with an enormous garden. Perhaps you could land on that long smooth lawn, Joe. It shouldn't get too bumpy then." "Right," said Joe, and pressed the handle marked down. And down they went, gliding smoothly, bump. They landed, and the airplane ran along the grass on its big wheels. It stopped, and everyone got out, glad to stretch their legs. 10 minutes rest, and the airplane will be ready to go off again," said Moonface, patting it. "I wonder where we are," said Silky, looking round. Moonface gazed at the big green house in the distance, and then he frowned. "Oh, my!" he groaned. "I know whose house that is. It's a school, and it belongs to old Dame Snap. All the naughty pixies and gnomes and fairies are sent there to learn to behave better. Let's hope Dame Snap doesn't catch sight of us." Everyone looked about nervously. Suddenly down a path came a tall old woman with large spectacles on her long nose and a big white bonnet on her head. Moonface ran to the airplane. "Quick!" he said. "It's Dame Snap!" But the old lady was up to them before they could escape. "Aha!" she said. "So here is another lot of naughty folk sent to me to be cured. Come this way, please." "We haven't been sent to you," said Joe. "We landed here to give our airplane a rest. We're on our way home." "Naughty boy to tell stories like that," said Dame Snap suddenly, in such a loud and frightening voice that it made him jump. "Come with me, all of you." There didn't seem to be anything else they could do. Joe, Beth, Frannie, Moonface, Silky, the White Goat, and the 7 hens followed Dame Snap, looking very miserable. The clock wouldn't walk, so Silky had to carry it. Everyone felt very hungry. Joe pulled Dame Snap's sleeve timidly. "Could we have something to eat?" he asked. "A meal will be ready in a few minutes," said Dame Snap. "Heads up, everyone! Don't stoop, little girl!" snapped the old woman. The little girl she meant was poor Frannie, who got such a fright that she stood up straight. Really, Dame Snap was not a nice person at all. It was very bad luck to have landed in her garden. But everyone cheered up a little at the thought of a meal. They were taken into a large hall, full of pixies and other fairy folk. They were all sitting down in rows at wooden tables, but they stood up when Dame Snap came into the room. "Sit over there," said Dame Snap, pointing to an empty table. The children, Moonface, Silky, the goat, and the hens all took their places. The clock was stood at the end and looked very sulky. The children looked down the tables. Ooh, what lovely cakes! What big jugs of lemonade! Dame Snap ran her eyes over the little folks standing at the tables. She frowned. "Twinkle, come here," she snapped. A small pixie walked up to her. "Haven't I told you to brush your hair properly for meal times?" shouted Dame Snap so loudly into Twinkle's ear that he burst into tears. "And there's Doodle over there with a torn shirt," said Dame Snap. "Come
Come here, Doodle.
Doodle came and was shouted at very loudly indeed. Beth and Frannie felt nervous and hoped their hair and hands and dresses were clean and tidy.
Sit,
said Dame Snap, and everyone sat. Have a cake, said Joe, and passed Beth and Frannie a plate of delicious-looking cakes with cherries in the middle. But what a shock for them! As soon as the cakes touched their plates, they turned into round, hard pieces of stale bread. The children didn't dare to say a word. They saw that the same thing happened to everyone in the room except Dame Snap, who had a marvellous meal of cakes, lemonade and sandwiches. The lemonade turned into water as soon as it was poured into the children's glasses. It was all dreadfully disappointing. In the middle of the meal, a gnome servant came in to say that someone wanted to speak to Dame Snap, and she went out of the room. And then, dear me, the children found that the pixies and fairies in the room were really very naughty indeed. They crowded round them and jabbed at them and pinched them and made such rude remarks that Frannie began to cry. They made such a noise that nobody heard Dame Snap coming back again. My goodness, wasn't she angry! She clapped her hands together and made everyone jump nearly out of their skin.
What's all this?
She snapped loudly in a very fierce voice.
Form up in a line! March past me at once!
To the children's dismay, the cross old lady shouted right in everyone's ear as they passed. But when they passed her, she didn't shout at them, for she knew that they had been teased by the others. So they were very glad indeed and felt a little more cheerful.
Go to the schoolroom,
said Dame Snap when the last of the line had gone by. So to the schoolroom they all went and took their places, even the little green-winged hens.
Now, please answer the questions written on the blackboard,
said Dame Snap.
You have each got paper and pencil. Anyone putting down the wrong answers will be very sorry indeed.
Joe looked at the questions on the board. He read them out to the others in great astonishment. If you take away 3 caterpillars from 1 bush, how many berries will there be left? Add a pint of milk to a pound of peas and see what will be left over. If a train runs at 6 miles an hour and has to pass under 4 tunnels, say what the driver's mother is likely to have for dinner on Sundays? Everybody gazed at the board in despair. Whatever did the questions mean? They seemed to be nonsense. I can't do any, said Moonface in a loud voice, and he threw down his pencil. It's all silly nonsense, said Joe, and he threw down his pencil too. The girls did the same, and Silky tore her paper in half. All the pixie and fairy folk stared at them in the greatest astonishment and horror.
Indeed,
said Dame Snap, suddenly looking twice as big as usual.
If that's how you feel, come with me.
Nobody wanted to go with her, but they found that they had to, for their legs walked them after Dame Snap, without them even trying to. It was most extraordinary. Dame Snap led them to a small room and pushed them all in. Then she shut the door with a slam and turned the key in the lock.
You will all stay there for 3 hours, and then I will come and see if you are sorry,
she snapped. Oh, this is awful, said Joe gloomily. She's no right to keep us in here. We don't belong to her silly school. We haven't been naughty. It was just an accident that we came here. Well, what are we to do now? Said Silky, pushing back her golden hair. It seems as if we'll have to stay here for 3 hours, and then say we're sorry and be shouted at again. I don't like it at all. Nobody liked it. they all sat on the floor and looked angry and miserable. If only they could escape from Dame Snap's silly old school. Joe sat hunched up near Moonface. Silky and Beth and Frannie talked together. The white goat sat on Beth's knee and slept. The 7 hens tried to scratch the hard floor and clucked softly.
"Where's my clock?"
said Silky suddenly. Everyone looked round the room for it. It wasn't there. "It must have been left behind in the schoolroom," said Joe. "Never mind, Silky. You may get it back if we get out of here in 3 hours' time." "I hope so," said Silky. "It was a nice clock, and I liked it having feet to walk about on." "It's lucky not to be locked up like us," said Joe gloomily. "If there was a window in this silly round room, we might break it and escape through that. But there isn't even a small window." "And there isn't a fireplace either," said Moonface. "If there was, we might squeeze up the chimney. Listen," he said suddenly. "There's someone knocking at the door." They listened. Certainly there was someone outside, knocking gently. "Come in, if you can," said Moonface. "Unlock the door if the key's left in." But the key wasn't left in. No, Dame Snap had taken that away, you may be sure. "Who's there?" asked Silky. "Ding dong, ding dong," said a voice softly. "Oh, it's my clock!" cried Silky excitedly. "It's come to join us." "Ooh," said Moonface, his big face going red with joy. "Tell your clock to go and get the key from somewhere and let us out, Silky." "That's no good," said Silky. "I noticed that Dame Snap wore all her keys on a string that hung from her waist. The clock could never get our key from her." "Oh," said Moonface sadly. Everybody thought hard. "Ding dong, ding dong," said the clock outside, and knocked again. "Oh, look here, clock, it isn't any good your dinging and donging and knocking to get in," called Joe. "We are locked into this room, and we haven't got a key to get us out." "Dong," said the clock dolefully. And then it gave an excited ding, and began to dance about, on its big feet, up and down, with the little door in its back wide open. "Whatever is that clock doing?" said Silky in astonishment. "Warming its feet up, I think," said Frannie with a giggle. But it wasn't, for it was an old clock that had to be wound up with its own key, and it was jumping about trying to jolt its own key off the little hook inside it. At last it managed to do it. Clang! The key fell to the ground. "Whatever is your clock doing?" said Joe to Silky. "It must have gone mad." It hadn't. It was being very sensible. It kicked at the key with one of its feet, and the key slid under the door and into the room where the children were. "Oh, look!" said Moonface in astonishment. "Your clock has jiggled its key off the hook and kicked it under the door, Silky. Really, it's a most peculiar clock." Joe snatched up the key. "It might fit the door," he said. He tried it in the lock. It almost turned, but not quite. He was dreadfully disappointed. But Moonface grinned. He took the key and rubbed it with a little magic powder that he kept in a box in his pocket. "Now try it," he said. So Joe slipped it into the lock once more, and it turned right round and unlocked the door. They crowded quietly out of the room, Joe taking the clock's key with him. Silky gave the clock a hug, and it said, "Ding-dong," quite loudly with joy. "Shh," said Silky. "Don't make a sound." "We'll try and find our airplane," said Joe. "Let's try to get out of a door into the garden. We shall soon find it then." They tiptoed down a long passage. But just as they got to the end, who should they see coming along but old Dame Snap herself? "Oh, quick! Hide behind these curtains," said Joe. They slipped behind them, but Dame Snap had heard something and came up to the curtains. She was going to pull them apart when Silky's clock walked out and shouted, "Ding dong!" in her ear and trod on her toes. Dame Snap gave a shout of rage and she kicked out at the clock. But she missed and it ran away down the passage, with Dame Snap running after it. "Good old clock," said Silky joyfully. "It just walked out and ding-donged in time. Another minute and we would all have been found." "Come on," said Moonface, peeping out of the curtains. "We'd better do our best to get into the garden now, whilst the old dame is out of the way." They tiptoed down a long room and came to a door leading into the garden. Just as Joe was going to open it, he pushed them all quickly back into the room. "Dame Snap is coming in here," he whispered. "Quick, hide behind the furniture." So, quick as lightning, everyone crouched down behind the sofas and chairs, whilst Dame Snap opened the door and came in grumbling, "Wait till I get that clock." And at that very moment, the clock came running in on its flat feet and ding-donged very rudely at her. Dame Snap picked up her long skirts and tore down the long room and up the passage after it. The children and Moonface and Silky, the hens and the goats, rushed to the garden door, opened it and crowded out into the garden. "Find the airplane, quick!" cried Joe. They ran down the path and looked for the shining airplane. "There it is!" shouted Moonface, pointing to the plane standing waiting on the smooth grass. They all ran to it and squeezed in. "I don't like leaving my clock behind," said Silky. "It has been so clever. I wonder where it is." "Look! There it is, with old Dame Snap after it," cried Joe. Sure enough, they saw the clock come waddling out from behind a bush, chiming hard, and Dame Snap was after it, panting and very red in the face. The clock dodged neatly round a bush. Dame Snap tripped over a stone and fell down. The clock shot away to the airplane and Silky helped it in. It sank down into a corner and chimed 63 times without stopping. But this time nobody minded. They thought the clock was really quite a hero. Dame Snap picked herself up and ran towards the airplane. Joe pressed the up handle. The engine started to whir and hum. The airplane quivered and shook. It rose gently into the air and left Dame Snap below looking very angry indeed. "Answer this question," shouted Moonface, leaning overboard. "If 5 people, 7 hens, 1 white goat and a clock go up in an airplane, write down how many times Dame Snap will have shouted at them by the time they get home." And everyone giggled. "Do be careful where we land next time," said Beth. "We really must get home soon." "I think I know where we are now," said Moonface, as they flew over a curious land where the trees were yellow and the grass was pink. "If you can fly straight on till you come to a silver tower, then fly right till you come to the land of seagulls, then to the left over the 3 Bears Wood. We shall soon be home." "Right," said Joe. He watched out for the silver tower, and when he saw it, tall and gleaming, he pressed the handle marked "to the right" and flew on till he came to the land of seagulls. This was quite easy to know, for all round and about, flying on snow-white wings, were hundreds of magnificent gulls. The airplane had to go slowly through the crowds of lovely birds. Joe flew to the left, and soon they were over the 3 Bears Wood, and saw the rose-covered cottage where Goldilocks lived with the 3 bears. "Good! Now it won't be long before we're home," said Joe. He flew on until he came over the Enchanted Wood, and then landed in a field not far from it. Everyone jumped out. "That was a most exciting adventure," said Frannie. "But I hope we never see Dame Snap again." "Oh, quick! Catch the clock!" said Beth. "It's trying to climb out of the plane, and it will fall." "Dong, dong, dong, dong," said the clock as it slid to the ground. "We'll have to rush home now," said Joe, picking up his shovel. "Goodbye, Silky. Goodbye, Moonface. See you soon. Beth, bring the goat, and Frannie and I will shoo the hens in front of us." They left the airplane for Moonface and Silky to do what they liked with, and set off home. And dear me, how astonished their mother was to see the green-winged hens, the snow-white goat, and the fine garden shovel. "You must have been to the Enchanted Wood," she said. "We've been much farther than that," said Joe. And they certainly had, hadn't they? One day, Mother said that since she had to be out for the whole day, she would prefer it if the children asked the old Saucepan Man to come and stay with them, and bring any other 2 friends they had made. "Oh, good," said Joe. "We'll ask Moonface and Silky." Beth wrote a note and gave it to the little white goat to take to Moonface. The white goat was a wonderful creature. It gave the most delicious milk, it ran errands, and if any of the hens got out, it found them and drove them back. It was most useful. The goat took the note in its mouth and ran off to the Enchanted Wood. It came to the faraway tree and bleated to the red squirrel, who peeped out from his hole low down in the trunk. The squirrel took the note and bounded up to Moonface with it. Moonface was delighted and shouted down to Silky, who came up and read it. "We'll ask the old Saucepan Man as soon as Mr. What's-his-name is asleep," said Moonface. "The children haven't asked Mr. What's-his-name, so Saucepan will have to creep down the tree with us without telling him." They sent back a note by the little goat saying that they would arrive at 3 o'clock that afternoon. The children were excited. Mother was preparing to leave, and the girls began to make the cottage look pretty with jars of flowers. Beth baked some chocolate cakes, and Frannie made some toffee. Joe made up some sandwiches. "We'll have a wonderful time," he said. "I hope the Saucepan Man won't be too deaf this afternoon." By 3 o'clock everything was ready. The children were neat and clean. The table looked fine with its sandwiches, cakes and toffee. Beth went to the gate to look for their visitors. She couldn't see them coming down the lane. "They are late," she called to the others. "I expect the Saucepan Man has got tangled up with his saucepans or something." 3:30 came, and no visitors. The children were rather disappointed. "Perhaps Moonface read my letter wrongly and thought it was 4 o'clock, said Beth. But when 4 o'clock came and still no Moonface, Silky or Saucepan Man arrived, they got really worried. "I do hope nothing has happened," said Beth, feeling upset. "There's all our nice food and nobody to eat it." "We'll wait a bit longer, then we'll eat our share," said Joe. So when 5 o'clock came and nobody had arrived, the children sadly ate half of the food themselves. "Something's happened," said Joe gloomily. "Oh dear, what do you think it is?" said Beth, alarmed. "Could we go and see?" "No," said Joe. "Not now, anyway. Mother will be back soon. We'd better go tonight. The rope is let down the tree then for us to pull ourselves up, and it won't take long to climb up." "We really must find out what's wrong," said Beth, clearing the plates away. "We'll take their share of the food with us." So, that night, when it was quite dark, the 3 children slipped out of bed, dressed, and crept out of the back door. They took a lantern that Joe had found, for there was no moon that night. Joe swung it in front of him, and they could see where to walk. Down the dark lane they went, over the ditch and into the Enchanted Wood. The trees were whispering loudly together tonight. "Wish-a, wish-a, wish-a," they said.
"Oh, how I wish I knew what they were saying," said Frannie.
"Come on," said Joe. "We'd better not be too long, Frannie. We want to be back by daylight." They made their way through the dark wood. As there was no moon, there were no fairy folk about at all that night. The children soon came to the faraway tree and looked for the rope. But there was no rope at all this time, and they had to begin to climb up as usual, holding onto the boughs and branches carefully, for it was very difficult to see. Before they had got farther than 2 branches up, a strange thing happened. Someone caught hold of Joe's shoulder and pushed him roughly down. Joe fell, caught hold of the lowest branch, and just saved himself in time. "Who did that?" he cried angrily. He undid his lantern from his belt, where he had put it whilst climbing, and flashed it up the tree, calling to Beth and Frannie to go no further. And standing, grinning, in the lower branches of the tree were 4 red goblins with pointed ears, wide mouths, and wicked little eyes.
"No one is allowed to come up the tree now," said one of the goblins. "And no one is allowed to come down either."
"But why not?" asked Joe, astonished.
"Because it's our tree now."
"Your tree? What nonsense," said Joe. "We've come to see our friends who live in the tree. Let us pass."
"No," said the goblins, and they grinned widely. "You can't come up."
"It's no good," said a tiny voice beside Joe. "The goblins have taken everyone prisoner in the tree. If you go up, they'll only push you down, or take you prisoners too."
Joe flashed his lantern downwards, and the children saw it was the little red squirrel speaking, the one who looked after the cushions for Moonface. "Hello," said Joe. "Do tell me what's happened. I can't understand it."
"Oh, it's easy enough to understand," said the squirrel. "The land of the red goblins came to the top of the faraway tree. The goblins found a hole that leads down through the clouds and poured down it. They took everyone prisoner. Moonface and everyone else are all locked up in their houses in the tree trunk. I can tell you, Mr. What's-his-name and the angry pixie have nearly battered down their doors in a rage."
"But why have the goblins locked them up?" asked Beth in surprise.
"Well, they want some magic spells that the tree dwellers know," said the squirrel. "They are going to keep them all locked up till they tell the spells. Isn't it dreadful?"
"Oh dear," said Frannie. "Whatever can we do to help?"
"I don't know,"
said the squirrel sadly.
"If only you could get up to them, you might be able to make some plan. But the goblins won't let anyone up the tree."
"Wisha, wisha, wisha, wisha," whispered the trees loudly. "You know, I can't help feeling that the trees want to tell us something tonight," said Beth suddenly. "I always feel that they are whispering secrets to one another, but tonight I feel that they want to tell them to us."
"I shouldn't be surprised," said the squirrel. "The faraway tree is king of the wood, and now that the trouble has come to it, all the other trees are angry. Perhaps they want to help us."
"Wisha, wisha, wisha, wisha," said the trees loudly.
"Put your arms around a tree trunk and press your left ear to the tree," said the squirrel suddenly. "I have heard it said that it is the only way to hear a tree's words."
Each of the children found a small tree. They put their arms round the trunks and pressed their left ears to the trees. And then they could hear quite clearly what the trees were whispering. "Help the faraway tree dwellers," the leaves whispered. "Help them." "But how can we?" whispered back the children eagerly. "Tell us." "Go up the slippery slip," said the trees in their leafy voices. "Go through the trapdoor and up the slippery slip." "Oh!" cried the children all at once. "Of course! Why ever didn't we think of it ourselves?" "Shh!" said the squirrel in alarm.
Don't let the goblins hear you. What did the tree say?
"They said we were to go through the trap door and up the slippery slip," said Joe in a low voice. "We can get right up to Moonface's then. It's a wonderful idea." "Come on then," said Beth, and the three of them ran to the faraway tree and felt about for the little trap door. Ooh, another adventure. "If only we can creep up the slippery slip that turns right round and round in the middle of the trunk and get to Moonface's at the top, we shall be able to help him," said Joe, feeling about for the trap door. "I wonder why Moonface didn't slip down it himself," said Beth. "Oh, he'd think that there would be plenty of red goblins at the bottom of the tree, ready to catch him when he flew out of the trap door," said Joe. "But I don't believe that they know about this slide." He found the trap door and swung it open. "Hold it open for me whilst I climb in," he said. Beth held it. Joe began to climb up. But dear me, it was most terribly slippery. He simply couldn't manage to get up the slippery slip at all. As fast as he climbed up a little way, he slid down again. He groaned. "Oh, this is awful. We can never get up this way. I shall keep slipping down all the time." "Let me try," said Beth eagerly. So Joe slid out of the trapdoor and Beth crept in. But it was just the same for her as it was for Joe. The slide was far too steep and slippery to be climbed. "Wisha, wisha, wisha," said the trees nearby. Beth ran to one, put her arms around its trunk, and pressed her left ear to it. She listened. "Tell the squirrel to go," whispered the leaves. "Tell the squirrel to go." "Red Squirrel, you go up," said Beth at once. "Can you manage to, do you think?"
"Yes," said the Red Squirrel. "I have claws on my feet to hold with, and I am used to climbing. But what's the use of me going? I am not clever enough to make plans with Moonface."
"Wisha, wisha, wisha," said the trees loudly. Joe pressed his ear to one. "The squirrel can throw a rope down the slippery slip," whispered the tree. "Of course," said Joe in delight. "Why didn't I think of it?" "Tell us," said the girls. Joe told them. "The squirrel must climb the slide to the top. He must ask Moonface for the rope that is let down for the cushions. But instead of letting it down through the branches of the tree, he must let it down through the slide inside. Then we can hang on and be pulled up." "Oh, that's a really good idea," said Beth. "Shh," said Joe as he heard a shout from a goblin up the tree. "We don't want them to guess what we're doing."
"The goblins are coming down,"
Frannie whispered in alarm.
"I can hear them. What shall we do?"
"We'd better get inside the trap door and sit at the bottom of the slippery slip, as quiet as mice," whispered Joe. "Go in first, Squirrel, and climb up. You know what to do, don't you?"
"Yes,"
said the squirrel, and disappeared up the slide, digging his sharp claws into it, just as if he were climbing up the outside of a tree trunk. Joe pushed Beth inside and then Frannie. He climbed in himself and shut the trap door just in time. 3 goblins jumped down to the foot of the tree and began hunting round about.
"I know I heard someone,"
said one of them.
"Well, so long as we don't let them pass up the tree, they can't do much,"
said another with a laugh.
"I don't think you heard anyone. It was just the trees whispering."
"Wisha, wisha, wisha," said the trees at once.
"There! What did I tell you?"
said the goblin. They jumped back into the boughs of the faraway tree, and the children hugged one another and chuckled. "I wonder if the squirrel has got to the top of the slide yet," said Joe. As he spoke, a little sound came down the slide, a soft slinky sound, and something suddenly touched them. "Oh, a snake!" cried Beth in alarm. "Don't be silly. It's the rope that the good little squirrel has sent down," said Joe, feeling it. "Now, we'd better go up one at a time, for Moonface will never be able to pull us all up at once." Frannie went first. She was hauled all the way up the slide. It was very strange, so dark and quiet. At last she reached the top. Moonface was there, red-faced from pulling the rope. A light burned in his funny round room. He was simply overjoyed to see Frannie. He hugged her and then sent down the rope for Beth. She came up and then Joe. "Don't make too much noise," said Moonface in a low voice as he hugged them all. "The goblins are outside everyone's door." "Oh, Moonface, we're so sorry you were captured like this," said Joe. "Couldn't you have slid down the slide and escaped? Or did you think there might be goblins at the bottom?" "Well, I did," said Moonface. "But I also thought that if I slid down, I'd be leaving all my friends behind in the tree, and that seemed a mean thing to do." "Yes, it would be rather mean," said Joe, "to save yourself and leave the others. Moonface, what can we do to help?" "Well, I simply don't know," said Moonface. "I've thought and I've thought, but I can't think of anything really good at all." "It's a pity Silky isn't here," said Joe. "We could talk it over with her then. She's clever." "We can't possibly get to her," said Moonface. "She's locked in just as I am."
"Joe! Moonface!"
said Frannie suddenly, her face red with excitement.
"I've thought of a way to help."
"What?" cried the others.
"Well, couldn't the red squirrel slip down the slide, out of the trapdoor, and take a note to the elves in the wood?" asked Frannie. "Do you remember how we helped them when we first came to the wood? They said they would always be pleased to help us if we wanted them."
"Yes, but how could they help?" asked Moonface doubtfully. Nobody quite knew. But Joe suddenly nodded his head and gave a squeal.
"Oh, shh!"
said everyone at once.
"Sorry,"
said Joe.
"but I really have got an idea at last. Listen, the red squirrel can tell the elves to come up here in crowds. We'll pull them up on the rope. Then Moonface can shout out to the goblins outside that he'll tell them the magic spells they want to know, and when they open the door, the elves and all of us can pour out and overpower the goblins."
"Now that's a splendid idea," said Moonface, looking at Joe in admiration. "Simply wonderful," said the girls. Joe was pleased.
"And we'll unlock everyone's doors and they can all join in," he said.
"My goodness, this is going to be exciting. Can you see how dreadfully angry the angry pixie will be, and Mr. What's-his-name? Those goblins had better watch out." Everyone chuckled. The red squirrel touched Joe's knee.
"Will you give me the note then?"
he said.
"I know where Mr. Whiskers lives, and I will take the letter to him and let him call all the elves together."
Joe took out his pencil and wrote a note on Moonface's paper. He folded it and gave it to the red squirrel, who folded it even smaller and tucked it inside his cheek.
"That's in case I'm caught by the goblins," he said. "They'll never think of looking for a note inside my cheek."
He sat on his bushy tail, gave himself a push, and set off down the slippery slip at a tremendous pace. Frannie giggled.
"His tail is his cushion," she said. "Isn't he a darling? I do hope he'll find Mr. Whiskers all right."
"Well, we'd better just sit quietly and wait," said Moonface. "I don't want the goblins opening my door and seeing you all here. They'll know we've got a plan then." "We bought you some of the meal you didn't eat this afternoon," said Beth, and she unpacked the bag. "Here are some sandwiches, some cakes, and some toffee." "We'll all have some," said Moonface. "And I've got some pop cakes too." So they all sat round quietly on Moonface's curved sofa and bed and chairs, and ate and whispered, waiting for the squirrel to come back with Mr. Whiskers and the elves. Whatever would happen then? It seemed a long time before anything happened. Then Moonface pricked up his ears and listened. "Someone's coming up the slippery slip," he said. "It must be the red squirrel." "I hope it isn't a goblin," said Frannie, looking rather scared. But it was the red squirrel. He hopped out of the slippery slip hole and nodded at everyone.
"It's all right," he said. "The elves are coming. I found Mr. Whiskers, and he has slipped out to fetch all his family. There are 51 of them."
"We'd better let the rope down then," said Moonface, and he let it slither down the slide. Someone caught hold of it at the other end, and the rope tightened. "There's an elf now," said Moonface, and he and Joe hauled on the rope. It was heavy. They pulled and they pulled, panting hard. "This elf is rather heavy," said Joe, and no wonder, for when they at last got the rope to the top, there was not one elf, but 5, hanging onto the rope. They leapt into Moonface's tiny round room and began to whisper excitedly. Moonface told them all about the goblins, and they grinned when they heard his plan. Down went the rope again, and 6 elves came up on it. By this time the room was very crowded, but nobody minded. "We'll have to sit on each other's knees," said Joe, and giggled at the sight of so many people in Moonface's little tree room. The elves all looked exactly the same. They all had very long beards, though Mr. Whiskers' beard was the longest. It reached right down to his toes. The rope fetched up all the 51 little men, and by that time there was really no room to move. Everyone was excited, and there was such a lot of whispering going on that it sounded like 1,000 leaves rustling at once. "Now I'm going to bang on the inside of my door and tell the goblins I will let them know a magic spell they want," said Moonface. "As soon as they open the door, you must all rush out and grab hold of them." "Wait, I've thought of such a good idea," said Joe suddenly. "Let's push them into this room of Moonface's and send someone down the tree to bolt the trap door. And when they slide down, thinking to escape, they'll be all nicely boxed up inside the slide till we decide to open the trap door." "That is a good idea," said Mr. Whiskers. "2 elves had better go up the ladder that leads through the clouds to stop any goblins trying to escape that way, and 6 of us had better slide down to the foot of the tree to stop them escaping into the wood." 6 of the elves at once took cushions and slid down the slippery slip. They shot out of the trapdoor and bolted it on the outside. They surrounded the foot of the tree, ready to prevent any naughty goblins from escaping. The rest of them waited for Moonface to speak to the goblins outside. They were all tremendously excited. Moonface banged on the inside of his door. A goblin outside shouted to him, "Stop that noise!" "Let me out!" yelled Moonface. "Not till you tell us one of the magic spells you know," said the goblin. "I know a spell that will turn people into kings and queens," shouted Moonface. "Tell us it then," said the goblin at once. "Well, open my door," said Moonface. There came the sound of a key turned in a padlock, and then Moonface's door was opened. At once the whole crowd of elves poured out like a stream of water. Joe, Beth and Frannie went out with them, and when the goblins saw the crowd, they gave a yell and leapt down the tree to warn their friends. 2 elves leapt up to the ladder and sat there to prevent any goblins escaping to the land above. Joe, Moonface, Beth and Frannie climbed quickly down the tree to let out all the people locked into their homes. How glad everyone was. Dame Washalot was very angry at being locked in. "I'll teach those goblins to lock me in," she shouted. and the old dame picked up her washtub and began to throw water over all the goblins climbing about the tree. What a shock for them! Joe couldn't help laughing. He unlocked Mr. What's-his-name's door, and out came Mr. What's-his-name shouting and raging, followed by the Saucepan Man. What's-his-name chased hard after the terrified goblins. The Saucepan Man acted in a surprising manner. He took off one saucepan after another, one kettle after another, and threw them after the escaping goblins. Crash, bang, clatter! They let out the barn owl, and the 3 owls that lived together. They flew at the goblins, screeching and hooting. The angry pixie was so angry that he flew at Joe when he let him out. And Joe only just explained in time that it was the goblins to blame, not him. Beth let Silky out, but Silky was frightened by all the noise and shouting. Still, she managed to catch one goblin by throwing one of her curtains over him. Silky and Beth then took the goblin up the tree and pushed him into Moonface's room. When he found the slippery slip, he slid down it in delight, thinking he could escape. But alas for him, he stopped at the bolted trapdoor, and there he stayed, unable to climb up or to get out. Many other goblins were caught that way too. They tried to escape from the elves by running down the tree to the wood. But when they found 6 strong elves at the foot, they climbed up the tree again to escape into their own land at the top. And then, of course, they found the 2 elves on the ladder, who pushed them back down again. So into Moonface's house they went, pushed in by Joe, who took great delight in doing so. One by one they tried to escape by sliding down the slippery slip, and soon the slide was crowded with goblins, piled one on top of the other. Dawn came, and the sun shone out, lighting up the great branches of the enormous faraway tree. "Now we can see if any goblins are hiding anywhere," called Moonface, who was thoroughly enjoying himself. So he and the elves and What's-his-name looked into every hole and corner, behind every branch and tuft of leaves, and pulled out any goblins hidden there. They were marched up to Moonface's room, and down the slippery slip they went. Soon there wasn't a single goblin left. They were all piled on top of one another in the slide, most uncomfortable and upset. "There!" said Moonface at last, pleased with himself and everyone else. "We've got them all safe. My word, I am hungry. What about having a good meal?" "Look!" called Silky, waving to a lower part of the great tree. "The faraway tree is growing ripe plums just down there. What about having a feast of those?" "Good!" said Moonface. "Squirrel, go down to the 6 elves at the foot of the tree and tell them they can come up now. Hey, you 2 elves on the ladder, you can come down. Silky, can you make us some hot chocolate to drink? Plums and hot chocolate would make a lovely meal." Just as they were sitting down to eat and drink, a strange figure came up the tree. He was thin and ragged and knobbly, but his face beamed as if he knew everybody. "Who's that?" said Frannie at once. "Don't know," said Moonface, staring. "I seem to have seen his face before," said Beth. "He's a funny-looking creature," said Joe. "He looks rather like a scarecrow to me." The ragged man came up and sat down on a branch nearby. He held out his hand for a cup of hot chocolate. "Who are you?" said Moonface. "What's your name?" asked Silky. "Play a game?" said the thin man, beaming. "Yes, certainly. What game shall we play?" And then everyone knew who it was. It was the old Saucepan Man, without his kettles and saucepans. He had thrown them all after the goblins, and now he had none left to wear. "Saucepan, you do look different," said What's-his-name, hugging him. "I didn't know you. Come and have a plum." The Saucepan Man looked alarmed. "Hurt your thumb?" he said. "Oh, I am sorry."
"No, I didn't say I'd hurt my thumb," said What's-His-Name, roaring with laughter and clapping Saucepan on the back. "I said, have a plum! A plum! Have a plum!" "Thanks," said the Saucepan Man, and put 2 large plums in his mouth at once. "And now," said Moonface, when everyone had finished, "what about those goblins in the slippery slip?" "It's certainly time we dealt with those red goblins," said Mr. Whiskers, the chief elf, wiping his long beard with a yellow handkerchief. He had dropped plum juice all down it. And just at that moment there came a great surprise. A deep voice behind them said, "Oh-ho! Here's a nice little party. What about coming back with me into Wizardland and doing a few jobs?" Everyone turned in dismay. They saw a curious figure above them, leaning down from a big branch. It was a wizard whose green eyes blinked lazily like a cat's. "It's Mighty One the Wizard," said Moonface, and he got up to bow, for Mighty One was as mighty as his name. Everyone did the same. "Who is he?" whispered Frannie. "He's the most powerful wizard in the whole world," whispered back Silky. "He's come down the ladder, so that means that the land of red goblins has gone, and the land of the wizards has come. They are always on the lookout for servants, and I suppose Mighty One has come down to look for some." "Well, I'm not going to be a servant to a wizard," said Frannie. "You won't be," said Silky. "He's not a bad fellow. He won't take anyone who doesn't want to go. It's good training for a fairy who wants to learn magic." Mighty One blinked his eyes slowly and looked at the little crowd on the branches before him. "I need about 100 servants to take back with me," he said. "Who will come?" Nobody said a word. Moonface got up and bowed again. "Your Highness," he said, "we none of us want to leave the Enchanted Wood, where we are very happy. You may perhaps find others who would like to go back with you. We beg you not to take any of us." "Well," said the wizard, sliding his green eyes from one person to another, "I haven't much time. My land will swing away from the faraway tree in about an hour. Can you get me the servants I want? If you can, I will not take you." Everybody looked worried, but Joe jumped up with a beaming face. "Your Highness, would red goblins do for servants?" "Excellently," said Mighty One. "They are quick and obedient, but goblins would never agree to coming with me. They belong to their own land." Moonface, What's-His-Name, and the Saucepan Man all began to talk at once. Mighty One lifted up his hand and they stopped. "One at a time," said the wizard. So Moonface spoke. "Sir," he said, "we have about 100 goblins boxed up in the middle of this tree. For a while they held us prisoners. It would be very good if you took them away to teach them some discipline and some good manners." Mighty One looked astonished. 100 goblins?" he said. "That is very strange. Explain." So Moonface explained. Mighty One was most interested to hear of their adventure. "We'll all go down to the bottom of the tree and let the goblins out one by one," said Joe, excited. "Come on! What a shock for them when they see the wizard!" So they all trooped down the tree in the bright rays of the rising sun. Really, it was all most exciting. They came to the trapdoor at the foot of the tree. Behind it, they could hear a lot of shouting and quarrelling and pushing.
"Oh, don't push! Oh, you're squashing me!"
Moonface unbolted the trapdoor and opened it. Out shot a red goblin and fell on a green cushion of moss. He picked himself up, blinked in the bright sunlight, and then turned to run. But Mighty One tapped him with his wand, and he stood still. He couldn't move. He looked scared when he saw the wizard. One by one, the red goblins tumbled out of the trapdoor and were tapped by the wizard. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. They came shooting out of the trapdoor, surprised and frightened, sliding gradually down the slippery slip as one after another slid out from the trapdoor. Frannie giggled. It was a funny sight to see. "It's a very good punishment for those bad goblins," she said to Silky. "They came down the ladder to trap you, and now someone else has trapped them and is taking them back to his land." The red goblin stood in a sulky row, quite unable to run away. "Quick march," said the wizard, when the last one had slid out of the trapdoor. And up the tree went the sulky goblins. It was no use trying to escape. The wizard had put a spell on their legs, and they had to go up to the top of the tree, through the big white cloud, and into Wizardland. "Just what they deserve," said Joe. "My goodness, what an exciting night we've had. I did enjoy it."
"Ooh, isn't it cold?"
said the Saucepan Man, shivering. "Cold?" cried Beth and Frannie, who were feeling hot in the morning sun. "Why, it's as warm as can be." "It's because he hasn't got his kettles and saucepans hung around him as usual," said What's-his-name. "I expect they feel like a coat to him. Oh, poor old Saucepan." "I don't like the look of him without his saucepans," said Frannie. "He doesn't look right. Can't we collect them for him? They're on the ground and all about the tree." So they began to collect the Saucepan Man's belongings. He was very pleased. They hung his kettles on him and put his saucepans all around him, with his special one for a hat. Some of them were dented and bent, but he didn't mind a bit. "There," said Frannie, pleased. "You look like yourself now. You looked horrid without all your saucepans on, like a snail without its shell."
"I never had a bell," said the Saucepan Man.
"Shell, I said," said Frannie.
"Smell?" said the Saucepan Man, looking round. "I can't smell anything at the moment. What sort of smell? Nice or nasty?"
"Shell, not smell," said Frannie impatiently.
"Oh, shell! What shell?" said the Saucepan Man.
But Frannie had forgotten what she had said, and she shook her head and laughed. "Never mind," she shouted. "We really must go," said Joe. "Mother will be awake now and wondering whatever has happened to us. Oh dear, I do feel sleepy. Come on, girls." They said goodbye to all the tree-dwellers and set off through the Enchanted Wood. Silky went back to her house in the tree, wondering what had happened to her clock, which hadn't joined in the adventure at all. It had been fast asleep. Moonface went back to the tree yawning. What's-his-name and the Saucepan Man climbed back, so tired that they fell fast asleep before they reached their hole, and had to be put safely in the corner of a broad branch by the angry pixie, in case they fell down. Dame Washalot went back, making up her mind to do no washing that day. Soon there was peace in the tree, and only the snores of What's-his-name could be heard. Far away, up in the tree in the land of wizards, the red goblins were working hard. Ah, they had got just what they deserved, hadn't they? They wouldn't be in such a hurry to catch other people in the future. The three children got home, and their mother stared at them in surprise. "You are up early this morning," she said. "I thought you were still in bed asleep. Fancy getting up and going out for a walk before breakfast like that." How sleepy the children were that day, and dear me, didn't they go to bed early that night?
"Oh, No more wandering through the Enchanted Wood and up the faraway tree for me tonight, said Joe as he got into bed. I vote we don't go there for a long time.
It's just getting a bit too exciting. But it wasn't long before they went again, as you will see. A week later, it was Beth's birthday. She was very excited because Mother said she could have a small party.
Oh, we'll ask all our friends in the faraway tree, she said.
Do you really think we should? Said Joe doubtfully. I don't think Mother would like Dame Washalot, or Mr. Whiskers, or the angry pixie. Well, we can't very well ask some and not others, said Beth. The ones we left out would be very hurt indeed.
It's awkward, said Frannie. We'd better go and tell Moonface and Silky and ask them what to do.
But Mother wouldn't let the two girls go off with Joe that day. She said there was a lot of work for them to do in tidying up their room.
Oh, bother, said Frannie to Joe. You'll have to go alone, Joe, and ask Moonface and Silky what we ought to do about our party. Don't be too long, or we'll be worried about you. And please don't go climbing up into any strange land without us.
Don't worry, said Joe. I'm not going to visit any more lands at the top of the faraway tree. I've had enough adventures to last me for the rest of my life. He set off, he ran through the Enchanted Wood, and came to the faraway tree. It was a hot afternoon, and not many of the little folk were around. It seemed almost too hot to climb the tree. Joe whistled. The little red squirrel popped down from the tree and looked at him. Leap up to the top of the tree and ask old Moonface if he'll drop me down a rope with a cushion on the end and haul me up, squirrel, said Joe. The squirrel bounded lightly up the tree. Soon a rope with a cushion tied to it came slipping down the tree. Joe caught hold of it. He sat astride the cushion and tugged the rope. It began to go up the tree, bumping into branches as it went. It was a funny ride, but Joe enjoyed it. He waved to the angry pixie, who was sitting outside his house. He stared at Joe in surprise, and then grinned when he saw who it was. The owls were all asleep in their homes. Mr. What's-his-name was awake for once. He fell out of his chair in alarm when he suddenly saw Joe swinging up through the air, bumping into branches. When he saw it was Joe, he was so pleased that he fell off his branch onto the Saucepan Man, who was snoozing in a chair just below.
Ouch!
said the Saucepan Man, startled.
What's the matter? Why are you jumping on me?
I'm not, said What's-his-name. Look, there's Joe.
Go? I don't want to go,
said the Saucepan Man, settling down again.
Don't be so restless.
I said there's Joe, roared What's-his-name.
Where?
said the Saucepan Man in surprise, looking all around. But by that time, of course, Joe was far away up the tree, laughing over funny What's-his-name and dear old Saucepan Man. What's-his-name climbed back to his chair and shut his eyes. Soon his snores reached Joe, who was far above, hoping that Silky would see him and go up to Moonface's to talk to him. He forgot to look out for Dame Washalot's water, but it missed him nicely, splashing down heavily on poor old What's-his-name, making him dream that he was falling out of a boat and into the sea. Silky did see him and waved. She climbed the tree quickly to go up to Moonface's. By the time she got there, Joe had just arrived and was getting off the cushion.
Hello,
said Moonface and Silky, pleased to see him. Where are Beth and Frannie? Joe told them. He told them about Beth's birthday too, and her difficulty about how many people she should ask. We'd like everyone, said Joe. But Mother wouldn't like some of them, we're sure. What shall we do? I know, said Silky, clapping her hands suddenly. Next week, the land of birthdays comes to the top of the faraway tree, and anyone who has a birthday can go there and give the most wonderful party to all their friends. Oh, it would be lovely. Last time the birthday land came, nobody had a birthday, so we couldn't go. But this time we can, because Beth could ask us all. It sounds good, said Joe. But I didn't really want to go into any strange land again, you know. We always seem to get mixed up in odd adventures. So far we've always escaped all right, but we might not another time. Oh, no harm can come to you in the land of birthdays, said Moonface at once. It's a wonderful land. You really must come. It's a chance you mustn't miss. All right, said Joe, beginning to feel excited. I'll tell the girls when I get back. And we'll tell everyone in the tree, and Mr. Whiskers, and his elves too, said Silky. Beth would like everyone to go, wouldn't she? Oh, yes, said Joe. What happens, though? I mean, do we have to arrange for things to eat or anything? And what about a birthday cake? Frannie was going to make one for Beth. Tell her not to, said Silky. She'll find everything she wants up in the birthday land. My word, we are lucky. Fancy someone really having a birthday just as the birthday land comes along. Beth's birthday is on Wednesday, said Joe. So we'll go up the tree then. I'd better go back and tell the girls now. I said I wouldn't be long. Have a toffee shock, said Moonface. No, thank you, said Joe. I'd rather have a pop cake. So they sat and munched the lovely pop cakes and talked about the exciting time they had had with the red goblins. Now I really must go, said Joe, and he got up. He chose a red cushion, said goodbye to Silky and Moonface, and shot off down the slippery slip. Joe thought he really could do that all day. It was such a lovely feeling. He flew out of the trapdoor at the bottom and landed on the moss. He got up and ran off home. The girls were pleased to see him back so soon. When they heard about the birthday land, they were tremendously excited. Oh, said Beth, going red with joy. I am lucky. I wonder what will happen. Do you suppose there will be a cake for me? Certainly, said Joe. And lots of other things too, I expect. We shall have to tell Mother, said Frannie. I wonder if she will let us go. Mother didn't seem to mind. Oh, I expect it's just some sort of birthday joke that your friends in the wood are playing on you, she said. Yes, you can go if you like. Our cottage is really too small for a very large party. Oh, I shall wear my best dress, said Beth happily. The one Mother got me last week with the blue ribbon. But Mother wouldn't let her. No, she said firmly. You will all go in your old clothes. I remember quite well what you looked like when you went off to see that funny friend of yours, the old Saucepan Man. I certainly shall not allow any of you to wear nice things next Wednesday. Beth was nearly in tears. But, Mother, I can't go to my own birthday party in old clothes, she said. But it was no good. Mother said they could wear old clothes or else not go, and that was it. I don't know what everyone will think of us, going to the birthday land in our oldest things, said Joe gloomily. I've a good mind not to go. But when Wednesday afternoon came, they all thought differently. Old clothes or not, they were going to go. Come on, said Joe. It's time we went to the land of birthdays. The children set off once again to the Enchanted Wood. They knew the way to the faraway tree very well by now. Wish-a, 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 whispered the trees as the children ran between them. Beth put her arms around one and pressed her left ear to the trunk. "What secret are you saying today?" she asked.
"We wish you a happy birthday," whispered the leaves.
Beth laughed. It was fun to have a birthday. When they came to the faraway tree, how marvellous it looked! The folk of the tree had decorated it with lots of little brightly coloured flags because it was Beth's birthday, and it looked simply lovely. "Ooh," said Beth, pleased. "I do feel happy. The only thing I wish is that I had proper party clothes on, not my old ones." But that couldn't be helped. They were just about to climb the tree when Dame Washalot's big washing basket came bumping down on the end of Moonface's rope for the children to get into. "Oh, good," said Joe. "Get in, girls." They all got in and went up the tree at a tremendous rate. "Moonface must have someone helping him to pull," said Joe, astonished. He had. Mr. Whiskers was there, with What's-his-name and the old Saucepan Man, and they were all pulling like anything. No wonder the basket shot up the tree. "Many happy returns of the day," said everyone, kissing Beth. "Oh, good! You're not in your best clothes," said Moonface. "We wondered if you would make it a fancy dress party, Beth." "Oh, I'd love to," said Beth. "But we haven't got any fancy dress." "We can easily get that in the birthday land," said Silky, clapping her hands for joy. "Good, good, good. I do like a fancy dress party." "Everybody is ready to go," said Moonface. "The elves are just below us. Where's Saucepan Man? Hey, Saucepan, where have you got to?" "He stepped into your slippery slip by mistake," said an elf, appearing out of Moonface's house. "He went down the slide with an awful noise. I expect he's at the bottom by now." "Good gracious! Just like silly old Saucepan," said Moonface. "We'd better let down the washing basket for him, or he'll never get up to us." So down went the washing basket again, and old Saucepan got into it, and came up with a clatter of saucepans and kettles. "Now, are we really all ready?" said Moonface. "Silky, What's-his-name, Saucepan, the Angry Pixie, Dame Washalot, Mr. Whiskers, the elves. Goodness, what a lovely lot of people are coming," said Beth, seeing all the elves and tree folk on the branches below. "Is that Dame Washalot? What a nice old woman." Dame Washalot was beaming happily. For once she was going to leave her washtub. Going to the land of birthdays was a treat not to be missed. "Come on then," said Moonface, and he led the way up the ladder. Up he went, popped his head above to make quite sure that the land of birthdays was there, and then jumped straight into it. Everyone climbed up. "That's all, I think," said Moonface, peering down. "Oh no, there's someone else. Whoever is it? I thought we were all here." "Oh, goodness, it's my clock," said Silky. "The one I got in the land of Take What You Want." Sure enough, it was. "Ding dong! Ding dong!" it cried indignantly as it climbed up on its flat feet. All right, we'll wait for you," said Silky. "Go carefully up the ladder. You weren't really asked, you know." "Oh, I'd love your clock to come to my party," said Beth at once. "Come along, clock." "Ding dong!" said the clock, pleased, and managed to get up the ladder. The land of birthdays was simply beautiful. To begin with, there was always birthday weather there. Brilliant sunshine, blue sky, and a nice little breeze. The trees were always green, and there were always daisies and buttercups growing in the fields. "Oh, it's lovely, it's lovely," cried Beth, dancing around joyfully. "Moonface, what about our fancy dress? Where do we get that?" "Oh, you'll find everything in that house over there," said Moonface, pointing to a very pretty house. They all trooped over to it. As they went, small brown rabbits hopped out of holes and called, "A happy birthday!" to Beth and popped back inside. It was all very exciting. Everyone crowded into the pretty house. It was full of cupboards, and in the cupboards were the most thrilling costumes you can think of. "Oh, look at this!" cried Joe in delight, as he came across a sailor's outfit with a smart hat that had blue, white and gold on it, just like the captain of a ship. "Just the right size for me." He put it on. Beth chose a dress like a fairy's, and Frannie chose a clown's costume with a pointed hat. She looked just like the real thing. Moonface dressed up as a pirate, and Silky became a daffodil. What's-his-name was a policeman, and as for the old Saucepan Man, he simply could not find a costume to fit him, because he was so bumpy with kettles and saucepans. Everyone else dressed up, and oh my, they did look convincing. Beth had wings with her dress, but she was disappointed because she couldn't fly with them. How she would have loved to spread her wings and fly, as the real fairies did. "Now for balloons," said Silky, and she danced into the sunshine and ran to an old balloon seller who was sitting surrounded by a great cloud of coloured balloons. Everybody chose one, and what games they had! Suddenly a bell rang, and Moonface gave a shout of joy. "Birthday feast! Come on, everyone!" He rushed to a long, long table set out in a field. Beth ran with the others and took her place at the head of the table. But to her great surprise and disappointment, there was no food on the table at all. Only just empty plates, cups and glasses. "Don't look so upset," whispered Silky. "You've got to wish your own birthday feast." Beth gave a squeak. Wish for her own birthday feast! Oh, that would be the best fun in the world. "Don't wish for bread and butter," called Moonface. "Wish for an ice cream sundae. I like those." "I wish for an ice cream sundae," said Beth at once, and immediately the biggest, tallest sundae you ever saw appeared on one of the empty plates. Moonface helped himself. "Oh, wish for strawberries and vanilla ice cream," cried Frannie, who simply loved that. "I wish for strawberries and vanilla ice cream," said Beth. And an enormous dish of strawberries appeared with a large tub of vanilla ice cream beside it. "And I wish for chocolate cake too, and lemonade, and fruit salad," yelled somebody. "Donuts," cried what's-his-name. "Cheese sandwiches," begged Mr. Whiskers. "Ding dong," said Silky's clock in the greatest excitement. Everyone laughed. "Don't wish for ding-dongs," said Joe. "We've got plenty of those, as long as Silky's clock is here." The clock chimed 14 without stopping. It wandered about, looking as happy as can be. Everyone began to eat. My goodness, it was a wonderful feast. The strawberries and vanilla ice cream and the sundae went almost at once, for Mr. Whiskers and 50 elves decided that they liked those very much too. So Beth had to wish for some more. "What about my birthday cake?" she asked Silky. "Do I wish for that too?" "No, it just comes," said Silky. "It will appear right in the middle of the table. You just watch." Beth watched. There was a wonderful silver dish in the middle of the table. Something seemed to be forming there. A curious sort of mist hung over it. "The birthday cake is coming!" shouted Joe, and everyone watched the silver dish. Gradually, a great cake shaped itself there, Oh, a wonderful cake, with red and pink, white and yellow decorations made from sugar and shaped like little flowers. On the top were 8 candles burning, for Beth was 8 today. Her name was written in big sugar letters on the top. Beth, a very happy birthday. Beth felt very proud. She had to cut the cake, of course. It was quite a difficult job, for there were so many people to cut a slice for. "This is a wishing cake," said Moonface, when everyone had a piece on their plate. "So wish, wish, wish when you eat it, and your wish will come true." The children stared at him in delight. What would they wish? Frannie was just holding her cake in her hand, thinking of a wish, when the old Saucepan Man upset everything. Whatever do you think he did? "Wouldn't you like to wish?" said Moonface, turning to the old Saucepan Man, who was just about to bite into his cake.
Fish?
said the old Saucepan Man in delight.
Oh, yes, I'd love to fish. I wish we were all fishing for fine fat fishes in the middle of the sea.
Well, what a wish to make, just as he was eating a wishing cake, for he hadn't heard Moonface properly. Anyway, the wish immediately came true. A wind blew down and lifted up the whole crowd of guests at the table. Sitting on their chairs, clinging tightly, they flew through the air for miles. Whatever was happening. Down flew the chairs in the big wind. A shower of salt spray drenched everyone. Joe gasped and looked down. Bump! He and everyone else landed on soft sand, rolled off their chairs, and sat up, blinking in surprise. The long-bearded elves looked frightened. Moonface kept opening and shutting his mouth like a fish. He was so astonished. Joe was cross, and so was the angry pixie.
"Now what's happened?"
said Dame Washalot in a most annoyed voice.
"Why have we come here?"
"Look at all those fishing rods," said Silky, pointing to a whole row of rods standing in the sand, with their fishing lines in the water. "Waiting for us!" groaned Moonface. "Silly old Saucepan Man didn't hear what I said about wishing. He thought I said fishing. And he wished us all here, fishing in the sea." "Oh, goodness," said Beth, alarmed. "Where are we, then?" "I think we're on the little lost island," said Silky, looking around. "It's a funny little place, always floating about and getting lost. But there's always good fishing to be had from it."
"Fishing," said Joe in disgust. "Who wants to go fishing in the middle of a birthday party? Let's get back at once."
"Ding dong, ding dong," said Silky's clock, walking about at the edge of the sea and getting its feet wet in the waves. "Oh, come back, clock," called Silky. "You know you can't swim." The clock came back and wiped its feet on the grass that grew around. Beth thought it was a remarkably sensible clock, and she wished she had one like it. "You know, we really must do something about getting back to the land of birthdays," said Joe, getting up and looking around the little island. "What can we do? Is there a boat here?" There was nothing except the fishing rods. Nobody even touched them, for they didn't feel in the least like fishing. The little lost island was just a hilly stretch of green grass and nothing else whatsoever. "I really don't know what to do," said Moonface, frowning. "Do you, Mr. Whiskers?" Mr. Whiskers was dressed up like Santa Claus and looked very fine indeed, with his long beard. He rubbed his nose thoughtfully and shook his head. "The difficulty is," he said, "that none of us has any magic with him, because we're all in fancy dress, and our clothes are in the land of birthdays. So the spells and magic we keep in our pockets are not here. Well, we shan't starve, said What's-his-name. We can always fish. Fancy eating fish and nothing but always fish, said Joe, making a face. Ugh! When I think of all those lovely things that Beth wished for, and nobody to eat them now, really, I could cry. Frannie had something in her hand, and she looked down to see what it was. It was a piece of birthday cake. Oh, good. She could eat that at any rate. She lifted the delicious cake to her mouth and took a nibble. "What are you eating?" said Moonface, bending over to see. "A bit of birthday cake," said Frannie, cramming all of it into her mouth. "Don't eat it! Don't swallow it!" yelled Moonface suddenly, dancing round Frannie as if he had gone quite mad. "Oh, stop! Stop! Don't swallow!" Frannie stared at him in astonishment. So did everyone else. "What's wrong with Moonface?" asked Silky anxiously. Frannie stood still with her mouth full of birthday cake, looking with amazement at Moonface. "What's the matter?" she asked, with her mouth full. "You've got a bit of the wishing cake in your mouth, Frannie!" shouted Moonface, hopping first on one leg and then on the other. "Wish, dear girl, wish!" "What shall I wish?" said Frannie. "Wish us back to the land of birthdays, of course!" yelled everyone in excitement. "Oh," said Frannie, "I didn't think of that. I wish we were all back in the land of birthdays, enjoying our feast." Darkness fell round everyone very suddenly. No wind came this time. Moonface put out his hand and took Silky's. What was happening? Then daylight came back again, and everyone gave a shout of surprise and delight. They were back in the land of birthdays. Yes, there was the table in front of them and more chairs to sit down on, and the same delicious food as before. "Oh, good, good, good!" shouted everyone, and sat down at once. They beamed at one another, very thankful to be back from the little lost island. "What a strange adventure," said Joe, helping himself to a large piece of wishing cake. "Please be careful what you wish, everybody. We don't want any more adventures like that in the middle of a party." "I wish that my wings could fly," said Beth, as she munched her cake. At once her silver wings spread themselves out, and she rose into the air like a big butterfly, flying beautifully. Oh, it was the loveliest feeling in the world. "Look at me! Look at me!" she cried, and everyone looked. Frannie called out to her, "Don't fly too far, Beth! Don't fly too far!" Beth soon flew down to the table again, her cheeks red with excitement and joy. This was the loveliest birthday party she had ever had. Everybody wished their wishes, except the old Saucepan Man, who had already wasted his. Frannie, too, had wished her wish when she was on the little lost island. But when she looked upset because she had lost her wish, Moonface whispered to her, "Don't be upset. Tell me what you really wanted to wish and I'll wish it for you. I don't want to wish for myself." "Oh, Moonface, you are kind," said Frannie. "Well, if you really mean it, I did want a doll that could walk and talk." "Easy," said Moonface at once. "I wish that Frannie had a doll that walks and talks." And at that very moment, Silky cried out in wonder and pointed behind her. Everyone looked. Coming along on small, plump legs was a doll, beautifully dressed in blue, with a bag in its hand. It walked to Frannie and looked up at her. "Oh, you lovely, beautiful doll," cried Frannie in the greatest delight, and she lifted the doll onto her knee. It cuddled up to her and said, "I belong to you. I am your own doll. My name is Perenelle." "Oh, what a sweet name," said Frannie, hugging the doll. "What have you got in that bag, Perenelle?"
"All my other clothes,"
said the doll, and opened her bag. Inside were night dresses, a dressing gown, an overcoat, a raincoat, overalls, dresses, and all kinds of other clothes. Frannie was simply delighted. "What did you wish for, Joe?" asked Beth. Joe was looking round and about as if he expected something to arrive at any moment. "I wished for a pony of my own," said Joe. "Oh, look! Here it comes! What a beauty!" A little black pony, with a white mark on its forehead and 4 white feet, came trotting up to the party. It went straight to Joe. "My own little pony!" cried the little boy in delight. "Let me ride you. I shall call you Midnight Star, because of the little white star on your black coat." He jumped on the pony's back, and together they went galloping round the land of birthdays. "Now, let's play games," cried Moonface, capering about. And as soon as he had said that, the table vanished and music began to play.
"Oh, musical chairs! Musical chairs!"
shouted Silky, as the chairs suddenly put themselves together in a long row.
"Come on, everybody!"
The party went on and on. The game of musical chairs was fun, for instead of somebody taking a chair away each time the music stopped, the chair took itself away, walked neatly off, and stood watching. Silky won that game. She was so quick and light on her feet. A big box of chocolates came flying down through the air to her when she sat down on the very last chair and pushed Moonface away. She was delighted.
"Oh, let's all have one,"
she said, and opened the box at once. Whilst they were eating, they saw a most astonishing sight. "Look!" said Moonface, almost swallowing his chocolate in astonishment. "What's this coming?" Everyone looked. It seemed like a lot of little brightly coloured men, running very upright. What do you suppose they were? "Birthday presents!" shouted What's-His-Name, jumping off his seat in delight. "Presents! Running to us, ready to be unwrapped!" Really, those presents were the greatest fun. They were like little gift-wrap boxes on tiny legs, dodging away, trying not to be caught. Everyone ran after them, laughing and shouting. One by one, the happy little boxes were caught, and then they were unwrapped and opened. My goodness, what special things were inside!
"I've got a brooch in the shape of the faraway tree," cried Frannie, pinning it on herself. "I want one too,"
said her doll.
"Well, you must catch a present then, Perenelle," said Frannie. And how she laughed to see her doll running about after a red birthday present box.
Perenelle caught one at last and brought it back to Frannie. Inside there was a teddy bear-shaped brooch, which Perenelle was simply delighted with. Joe found a shining silver whistle inside his present. When he blew it, it sounded just like all the birds in the Enchanted Wood. He was very happy with it. Moonface found a special squeaker that sounded just like a cat meowing and made the old Saucepan Man go hunting for cats all the time. Naughty Moonface. He pressed his squeaker behind the Saucepan Man and laughed till he cried, hearing him call, "Puss, puss, 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 puss," looking under the tables and chairs. Silky's clock wanted a present too, so it ran after one and trod on one to catch it. It held it with its foot and unwrapped it with Silky. What do you suppose was in it? A tiny can of oil. "Just the thing to oil your clockwork wheels and springs with," said Silky in delight. The clock was very pleased. It chimed 22 times without stopping, much to the walking doll's astonishment. They played hide and seek, and immediately the most exciting bushes and trees sprang up everywhere to hide behind. Really, the birthday land was the most exciting country to be in. Then they played pin the tail on the donkey, and a giant toy donkey with a big fluffy tail appeared out of nowhere. Then they thought they would have races, and hey presto, they saw a crowd of small cars drive up, all ready to be raced. In got everyone, choosing the car they liked best. There was even a tiny one for Perenelle the doll, and even an extra one for Silky's clock, who joined in the fun and ding-donged merrily all the time. The old Saucepan Man won the race, though he dropped a few saucepans on the way. Moonface handed him a box of toffee that had appeared for the winner. "You've won," he said.
Run?
Said the Saucepan Man.
All right, I'll run.
And he ran and ran, just to show how fast he could run when he wanted to. What a noise he made with his kettles and saucepans clattering all around him. "Supper time! Supper time!" shouted Moonface suddenly, and he pointed to a lovely sight. About 100 toadstools had suddenly grown up, and appearing on them were jugs of all kinds of delicious drinks and cakes and fruit. Smaller toadstools grew beside the big ones. "They are for seats," cried Silky, sitting down on one and helping herself to some acornade. "I'm hungry. Come on, everyone." Beth flew down from the air. She did love flying. Frannie ran up with her doll, who followed her everywhere, talking in her little high voice. Joe galloped up on his pony. Everyone was happy. It began to get dark, but nobody minded, because big lanterns suddenly shone out everywhere in the trees and bushes. As they sat and ate, there came a loud bang, bang. Perenelle cuddled up to Frannie, frightened. Silky's clock tried to get onto Silky's knee, scared, but she pushed it off. "What's that?" said Joe, patting his frightened pony. "Fireworks! Fireworks!" shouted the angry pixie in delight. "Look! Look!" And there, in front of them, were the fireworks, setting themselves off beautifully. Rockets flew high and sizzled down in coloured stars. Firework wheels whizzed round and round. Firecrackers popped and banged and jumped around. It was splendid to watch. "This is the loveliest birthday party I've ever heard of," said Beth happily, flapping her big wings as she sat and watched the fireworks. "Lovely things to eat, wishes that come true, exciting games, splendid presents, and now fireworks." "We have to go home at midnight," said Moonface, pushing away Silky's clock, which was trying to sit on his toadstool with him. "How shall we know when it's midnight?" asked Frannie, thinking that it really was time her doll went to bed. They knew all right, because when midnight came, Silky's clock stood up and chimed loudly 12 times. Dong, 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 dong. "To the ladder! To the ladder!" cried Moonface, hurrying everyone there. "The birthday land will soon be on the move." The ladder was there. Everyone climbed down it and called goodbye. The elves took cushions and slid off, down the slippery slip. Mr. Whiskers got his beard caught round one of the legs of Moonface's sofa and nearly took that with him down the slide. Moonface just stopped it in time and unwound his beard. "What about my pony?" asked Joe anxiously. "Do you suppose he will mind sliding down, Moonface?" "Well, he can't climb down the tree, and he certainly wouldn't like going down in the washing basket," said Moonface. So they sat the surprised pony on a cushion, and he slid down in the greatest astonishment, wondering what in the world was happening to him. Frannie slid down with her sleepy doll on her knee. Beth carefully took off her wings and folded them up. She didn't want to have them spoiled. She wanted to use them every day. She was very proud of them. The pony arrived on the cushion of moss quite safely. Joe mounted him. It was dark in the wood, but the moon was just rising, and they would be able to see their way home quite well. "Goodbye!" called Moonface from the top of the tree. "We've had a lovely time." "Goodbye," called Silky. "Ding dong," said her clock sleepily. "Take care of yourselves," shouted What's-his-name. Moonface pressed his squeaker loudly and then giggled to hear the Saucepan Man call, "Puss, puss, 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 oh, wherever is that cat?" "Slishy, sloshy, slishy, sloshy!" Good gracious, was that Dame Washalot doing washing already? Joe dodged away on his pony, and the girls ran from the tree. Mr. Whiskers got the water all over him, for he was standing nearby, and he was most upset. "Come on, girls," said Joe, laughing. "We really must go home. We shall never wake up in the morning." So they went home once more, through the enchanted wood, with the moon shining pale and cold between the trees. "Wisha, wisha, wisha," whispered the leaves. Joe put his pony into the field outside the cottage. Frannie undressed Perenelle and put her into her doll's bed. Beth put her wings carefully into a drawer. They all undressed and got sleepily into bed. "Oh, good night," they said. "What a lovely day it's been. We are lucky to live near the Enchanted Wood." They were, weren't they? Perhaps they will have more adventures one day. But now we must say goodbye to them and leave them fast asleep, dreaming of the land of birds.